No, 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 no. I don't know. This is going to be an interesting day. I think the number of knives that I've been juggling lately. What are you talking? Amazon Echo's beeping at me. Hello, everybody. I hear some doorbells coming in with people coming into the Zoom session. Just fired off credentials to Chris in the last 5 seconds. I see people giving me AV/DVR checks. Thank you. Let's see. There's Sam Teal, Tony Wallow. Hi. I think I said hello to everybody else during the pre-show chat. I'm not going to go back and read through them all. I'm pretty close to up to date, but the last few minutes, maybe not quite so much. Zavi Minor there. Hello to you too. Dan the Man, Tony Darren and Blackwatch, I think I've already said hi to. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you on a Saturday. And looks like there's 2 people in the waiting room. There was somebody else that was, Rick Lakes. I don't think I've seen your email yet for credentials. We'll take a look and see if I actually have you already in my email. I don't think so. Yeah, so anyway, if you send me the email, I'll send you the credentials. Wow, what do we got going today? Josh Kinder, I need to find out how to, I'm not even sure if what is his last name? Is it Kin or Dur, or is it together? I'm not familiar with that last name. And then Bob Carlson's computer is here. Oh, and it's around the corner. I forgot to bring it in. We'll start with Josh because he's been postponed a couple of weeks. So Josh, we need to get going with you. Are you in Zoom yet? Let's go bring some people into Zoom. So I've got all my buttons and systems are different today. So I may make a number of mistakes and appear like I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, Alex and Rick. Oh, Rick. Okay, so you got it. Admit all. This will bring Alex and Rick in, and let's see if this is going to work when I try to bring you up on video. I think that is working.
Hello, Doug.
Hello, Rick. Hi,
Hello,
Alex. Rick. And so I'm going to go ahead and open the Zoom session, so anybody else that comes in will just get right in without me having to admit them. So that's done. So whoever else is wanting to come in, and there's Josh. Came in right at when I clicked on that link. And Josh, we need to get you connected so we can get started right away with the troubleshooting issue on your computer. All right. I've got a new one new feature that is implemented at the moment that you can see on your screen is the CPU cores and utilization at the right-hand side of the screen on YouTube. You're not going to see that on Zoom. No, you won't see that through Zoom. One of the changes that I almost had working right was to add an extra Zoom window that would actually show what I'm broadcasting onto YouTube, so that those of you in the Zoom session wouldn't have to watch YouTube at the same time. It didn't quite work out. I see Craig Guy and Constanza the Mage and Speedy C and Dom Long, new names that haven't been there during the pre-show chat. And Josh, are you at your computer? Are you at your computer, Josh?
Yep. We're all here.
Okay, so I need you to go to the website logmein123.com. It'll ask you for 6-digit code. When you're ready, let me know and I'll give you the code. There's a short amount of time for processing that, so I'm not going to actually generate the code until you're ready for it. There's Chris Garrett. Hiya, Chris.
Hey.
Somebody needs to mute their YouTube. I think that's just happened. Now let's see.
I closed mine, so it shouldn't be me.
All right.
What's the code, Doug?
And the code is 241434.
4, 3, 1, 4, 3, 4.
Loading page 431434. Log me in 100.
What is it?
Let me repeat it. 241434.
4.
4. Save data, comma, autofill dialog. Suggestions. 430391 selected.
I got 4.
1434 selected.
What
The six. I didn't hear you say 2. The first digit is 2.
100.
2,
4.
4.
1.
1.
4.
4.
3.
3.
4.
4. 241434. Start download button to activate. Press enter period. Loading page. Loading complete. Downloading comma. Support back off. Dialog. Recent downloads list box. Show default button to activate. Press enter period. Computer age consulting dialog. Connecting . Downloads. Items view multi-select list box. Today
Area.
support dash log me and rescue left parent one right parent. Freeze enter. Connecting . User account control . 2:07 p.m. connected . 2:07 p.m. connected period. A support representative will be connected shortly period. Running as Windows system service. Are connected to 2:08 p.m. support session established with DougBetts period. You are connected to DougBetts. You are chatting with DougBetts. Computer age consulting left bracket 120 right bracket. Chat message edit. Type in next period. 2:08 p.m. You have granted DougBetts permission to control your desktop period. The remote comma. Click the red X on the toolbar or press pause / break on the keyboard period. 2:08 p.m. remote control started by DougBetts period. Maximize button. Minimize button. Downloads. Items view multi-select list box. Today expanded. Support dash log me and rescue left parent one right parent. 3/5/2022 2:07 p.m. application 2 comma 345 KB 1 of 6. To move to an item, press the arrow keys period. Log me in 123.com and dash start support connection dash Microsoft Edge main region. We take security seriously, comma. Log me in 123.com and dash start support connection and one more page dash personal dash Microsoft Edge. Reward yourself with free gift cards. Reward yourself with.
Can you turn off the reader?
Points towards a free gift card period. Get started by joining Microsoft Rewards, comma. Answer. Retro bar taskbar button check to activate. Press space bar period. JAWS context menu to navigate. Press up or down arrow period. Oh, leaving menus. Quit JAWS dialog. Are you sure? Zoom text magnifier /.
Okay. Let me make this one bigger. Stretch to fit window. Here we go. So Josh uses some of the accessibility features. We heard the audio readouts of everything that was appearing on the screen. And Josh, I think your problem you said was with in Device Manager, an error message, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It
So
did a BIOS update and it reverted it back to the system firmware command code 10.
okay.
Exactly the BIOS update.
Okay,
And
did a
it
BIOS
referred
BIOS update, and then you're getting an error message about something error 10. So it looks like we're on, what version of Windows are we on? Windows 11, 21H2. So some people are thinking maybe this is Windows XP or 7 by judging of the start button. So you have a interface to make it look like an older version. And it's not. So if I right click on the start button, do I get to choose device manager? I do. It's right here. Let's see what device manager looks like. System firmware. This is the error that you're referring to, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's go see what we find out. Right click on that. Choose properties. HP UEFI compliant system. The device cannot start. Indicates a revision number encountered or specified as not one known by the service. It may be a more recent version than the service is aware of.
Hey, Doug, is your YouTube set to ultra low latency?
I'll go check and see that it is still that.
Because it appears that I'm hearing you talk about stuff on Zoom before I'm seeing on YouTube, or that may just be a normal.
Oh, that is normal. Ultra low latency is still about a 4 to 8 second latency. So there's going to be that much difference between what you're hearing me on Zoom and what you're seeing over the YouTube video. And that's normal. There's no such thing as zero latency with YouTube. Okay, so moving on here, there's a driver details, update driver rollback, disable device on installed device. What I'm more interested in is coming out here to details, device description, and hardware IDs is, I think, the one that's going to be searchable for us. Control C to copy that. Open a browser. You know what? I'm going to do the browser on my computer. And Josh, I'm not sure if you're actually watching the YouTube video at the same time, are you?
No, I'm not.
All right, that's okay. I'll just keep that in mind so that I can describe to you what's going on. I'm going to a Google search window and searching for that device code. And here we've got an HP Secure Boot UEFI update. So it sounds like that has to do with Secure Boot. Open that link in new tab. Secure Boot bypass. So something that's coming to my thoughts right off the bat is, do you, Josh, actually care about Secure Boot? Maybe we simply disable that in BIOS so that your computer stops trying to load that device driver.
Yeah, I don't really mess around with the BIOS that much.
All right. Let's go check. Oh, you know what? I didn't set up my chat monitoring anywhere. So I'll go to youtube.com/LWTDB, which would always get me to my channel. And something I learned from Carrie Holzman's live stream yesterday, if I add a /live after that, that should get me to whatever video is live right now on my channel. Yes, it does. That's sweet. And then I'll click on the 3-dot menu here, pop out chat, and make that big. I also want to Control +sign to zoom in on that. All right, so let's see what else, if anybody's been making comments about this. Now that you have the new BBB, please change the next stream to 1080 60 frames per second. Yeah, I'm not. The computer's capable of that, but I don't see that I need that for the video. Nor is hardware high. Okay, that gets me back to what I was saying earlier. Scrolling down here, looking for orange. Yeah, Chris, I did realize that you were computers etc. BDC, hello. Ken, great, something else for me to learn. Audio is out of sync. You know, I've experimented with that quite a lot, with changing settings and such, and it kind of seems to be a YouTube hit and miss thing. Does anybody else see audio out of sync? Let's see.
I think it's fine.
Pardon?
It's good where I'm at.
Yeah, well, you're just looking on Zoom, I think. You're not watching the YouTube video, are you?
No.
Yeah. Savi says if the error appeared after the update, first try to roll back the driver. Good point. So how about that, Josh? Did that error show up after? Yeah, no, I think you told me that error was happening before you did the BIOS update.
Yeah, it was there before I did the BIOS update too.
Yeah, I knew that because we've had a few email exchanges. Let's see, get back here. Now, if that is a secure boot, see, I don't even recall seeing this firmware category in Device Manager on other computers. Let's go see if Big Beast Baby has that. Here's the start button for Big Beast Baby. And Device Manager, for those who don't know, Big Beast Baby is the tiny little motherboard that's inside the Big Beast case, because there's two computers in there. Yeah, so firmware. Oh, there is firmware here, system firmware. So does that only happen if you have secure boot enabled? I'm going to a Google search again, and that was called system firmware. Does
So one of the requirements for Windows 11 is you have to have secure boot enabled. Is that not correct?
No, you don't have to. Well, no, that's one of the requirements that Microsoft published. But we've also learned that you don't have to have that for Windows 11 to work. And then you also already have Windows 11 on this computer. I think we can simply turn it off to...
Because I have Windows 11 on another computer too.
Yeah, and this computer is Windows 11, right?
Yeah.
The system firmware category in Device Manager only exists when secure boot is enabled. That's kind of a very specific search. It may not produce results. When power is turned on, the system must start executing code in the firmware. Enable, disable. Yeah, this is just picking up, I think, parts of my search. Oh, here. It's placed and saved and written to the firmware. Still not quite right. I'm feeling like I'm not absorbing these things that I'm seeing very well. So if somebody in chat is seeing that I'm passing up something that I should look at closer, then speak up in chat or in Zoom. Unified, that's just UEFI. That's not specific to my question. So I'm going to go back and look at chat. If you're about the update, okay, so that one we can't do because it did exist before the update. And after he noticed the error, he noticed a BIOS update occurred by virtue of Windows Update, and that did not fix it or make it worse. Ken Stout says, listening to the Zoom and watching YouTube stream, so no ID, shall we create an echo? Okay, I think that's just jibber jabber. Sam, since an HP firmware, check if HP Support Assistant has something to offer firmware. And I do believe that Josh has done that, but we may wind up looking at that. System firmware shows on UEFI builds. According to Weissenberg Bible, Doug is correct. Oh, that's jibber jabber. Okay, I don't mean to be too dismissive with jibber jabber, but I'm trying to focus in on the issue. Now, what else could we do there? Oh, that's device manager on mine. Let's get back to Josh's computer here. So Josh, your computer is working fine, except for this error message in device manager, right? Josh? Is Josh still here? Bring up the Zoom window. Have I lost the stream? I don't hear anybody in Zoom.
So you're the host. Dave's back.
There. Zoom finally came back. And I'm the host now. So did I lose the Zoom connection completely?
Yes. You lost.
Yeah, you cut out there for a minute.
Well, that's one of the things that was going on prior to the stream starting, is my Ethernet kept cutting out. So I enabled Wi-Fi on my streaming computer. Oh, that's still a blank screen.
Yeah.
Still a blank screen over YouTube. So that means, oh, I know why that is. All right. I'm going to bring that back. Let's get to the video. Here's the video. And then I'll go to the Zoom session and reset the capture of the Zoom meeting. See if that works. And it's not working. It's not working. Where else do I get it?
Yeah, it's not working. Nothing. Wow.
All right. So if I do this way, will that work?
What the hell?
We walked Jeff was still here, okay.
Say again, Josh?
I would make him put Jeff was still here. Yeah, he's in the corner there.
Oh, okay. There's not. I don't know. I think I'm going to let go of the Zoom, bringing the Zoom up on the screen for now. System firmware. So Josh, my question to you when I lost you was, your computer's working fine except for this error message, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start with disable this device and see what functionality we get. Disabling will cause it to stop functioning.
Yellow shouldn't be functioning
Yeah.
properly.
So that just disables it, so we don't see that error message again. Repeat your comment, Gary.
I have never seen a yellow that's functioning properly. Yellow, that's right.
You've never seen a yellow exclamation mark that's functioning properly.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And just a quick aside, I've never seen system firmware not functioning properly. You know.
Right. Right.
I've seen it not install when Windows Update says there is a firmware update, but I've never seen it half install, or where it shows up bad.
Yeah, it appears to have installed, but not functional. Let's go look at update history and verify
My
that it,
question is, did it install via Windows Update, or did it install via HP Support Assistant? If it did via Windows Update, you might want to check HP Support Assistant and see if it shows that there being a BIOS update available.
yeah, Josh, you mentioned using the Intel driver updater, but I don't recall you mentioning in your emails that you went to the HP website and used their driver installation tool.
I went through the Intel support system update. I did get that working, and I checked the HP support system, and they said that there were no HP updates for this.
So you did do HP, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
So I'm looking through this, this, what is it, a Windows XP or Windows 7 emulation that's going on here? I'm not even sure. Which one is it?
Windows 7.
Windows 7 emulation. All right.
What?
Yeah. So
Looks
where
like
do I
XP
go?
to me.
I want to go find the Windows Update history. And I'm struggling with talking and thinking at the same time. I'll try Windows key again.
The settings app.
It's Doug. It's going to end up saying it's a driver update under system. That's how firmware updates come over.
Driver update under system. Here's view installed updates.
Right.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it'll be under driver updates.
Installed updates. So that's not showing us much there.
Search for PC settings in the start menu, Doug, and then go to updating it. That should give you the normal Windows settings menu.
Okay, so I searched for PC settings, and here's what I get. Tablet PC settings. Is this somehow emulating a tablet, perhaps because of...
On the right hand side of the start menu, there's an option that says PC settings. Click on that.
All right.
Oh no, you want to go in update. Firmware won't show up here. If that's what you're looking for.
Well, if a firmware update, if a BIOS update was installed by virtue of Windows Update, it'll show up there. I've seen it there. And that's what Josh told me happened.
Yeah.
And then you just want to click on Windows Update on the
Update history.
side.
Here we go. Yeah, I've got Windows Update and Update history. Here we go.
Is this Windows 7 or 10?
This is Windows 11.
11 with the Windows XP theme attached to it.
Okay, if you could then I know where I'm at. That's what I'm saying. Go to settings, and you want to go to Windows Update.
Let me look at this first, because we're at Windows Update history now.
There's going to be probably hundreds if you got Windows 11.
Okay, here it is. Here's what I'm looking for. Here's the HP Inc. firmware update. Successfully installed February 28th. And then here's another one. This one was version 15.22.10. Here's a prior one that's 15.21.00. And do we have a scroll bar in that section? I don't think so. Yeah, that's all we got there. There's an Intel update, Intel Corporation, HP firmware, Intel Corporation, Elan mouse, Realtek, and HP firmware. So
I apologize. I think we're two different places. Okay, you're going there. You got a lag. You got a lag. My mistake.
All right. And then take a look at other updates. Here we have malicious software removal tool, cumulative updates, a couple of cumulative updates. So this would be the firmware update that came in through Windows Update. So I'm inclined to go to HP's website and compare their version number with this. should be the firmware update that was submitted by HP to the Windows Update processes. However,
That's what I was saying. Driver updates. There you got it.
The Windows update, the Windows update should have the word HP in it. If it's a BIOS or driver update for the computer, it should have the HP.
It does.
It does. That's what this is.
We're looking at it.
Why are you saying that if since that's what's showing here, or unless you're not watching the video?
Sorry, I wasn't watching it at the moment.
Okay.
Is this a BIOS update?
Well, it's called firmware, but that's in my awareness, that's pretty much synonymous with BIOS update.
This is strictly a Gary thing, as I like to say. Take a look at the two firmwares that are data apart. Makes me think there might have been a problem.
Right, absolutely. This one was installed on February 27th, and then the next one on the next day was February 28th. So yeah, they may have discovered a problem.
Oh.
Now, do we have any outstanding updates right now that have not been installed yet? And if so, are they for BIOS? I kind of want to keep this screen on here until we go look at HP. So I'm going to do that on my computer because that's just going to operate quicker. And also I need to pull up the serial number for this HP computer. See if I can do that with the way that I use for Windows 10. WMIC BIOS get serial number. I think I lost you guys again. I've got a reconnecting to Zoom message.
I can see him typing.
Okay, I'm back with you.
There you go.
I saw a reconnecting message on my Zoom window. So there I've copied the serial number. And then I'll switch back to my Google search. And am I showing the right content on stream? Not that one. I need to get to.
You need one of the other Dougs.
Yeah, I need help with one of the other Dougs. Okay, yeah. So I am broadcasting this on YouTube. So I'm going to go to hp.com, support, software and drivers. And this is a desktop or a laptop?
Laptop.
Laptop? Okay.
Yep.
Then put in that serial number and submit. Unable to find drivers. Does confirm laptop PC. Choose a different OS. Select version. It doesn't give me even a choice of versions. I don't see my operating system.
Not detecting the OS correctly, perhaps because of the emulation that's going on.
Well, I'm doing that search from my computer, not Josh's computer. So it's not sensing my computer. I'm just using a serial number. That serial number looks unusually long for HPs. 5CD127 LNL2. I need to switch over to chat pretty soon because I've been neglecting chat. I just want to come back here and make sure that I got that serial number incorrectly. Yeah. So Josh, does this description look correct? HP 15 DY 0000 laptop?
Yeah, it could be. I can't see the video.
Yeah. Okay. So I just read out to you what the HP website says that computer is. So that indicates to me that it did recognize the serial number that I put in.
Hey, Doug, how
Yeah.
old was this computer?
How old is your computer, Josh?
Oh, sorry, no.
I would guess less than 1 year old.
Less than 1 year old.
It had that premium processor, that premium processor that came out in 2019.
Okay, so it is a new computer, relatively.
Yeah. So looking at orange comments, looking for one that's sincere. Was this a BIOS update? Windows offers BIOS now. I'm sure you know it. It has to be disabled in BIOS. So I think you've already seen the answer to that. Maybe you need one of the other Dougs. I see some other people here. It looks like there's maybe an evildoer in our midst, but I'm not going to look at that now because I'm going to try to stay on track. No. Well, then let's go to the HP website using Josh's computer and let HP's website auto-detect. Here's Microsoft Edge. You know what? Let's look at something else here to let everybody be more familiar with the computer. Going to System, and we see it's a Pentium Silver N5030 CPU, 1.10 gigahertz.
Holy moly.
So that, I'm not familiar with the Pentium Silver line, and I'm not quite going to call that a 5th generation because I'm not familiar with it. Somebody else on a previous video schooled me about the Pentium class that actually is still valid and Windows 11 capable. Was that you, Gary?
Yeah, because they even have Celerons.
Yeah, I think we were dealing with Celeron. So this Pentium Silver, I'm not familiar with, but we know it's a new computer, less than a year old. Now, Josh, was it purchased new, or did you purchase it as a refurbished a year ago?
It was new because I had it in the box and everything. It came with Windows 10X, but remember I took it out of Windows 10X.
Oh, it came with Windows 10.
Yeah.
All right. Then let's go here to Microsoft Edge. Oh, I promised I was going to go look at chat. I'm going to go do that now. Oh, I did. That's right.
For Dr. Rob, if you don't mind, Celeron 4 gig will work with Windows 11 if it's new enough.
Okay.
Regretfully.
So here's a question. Is Josh, did that laptop come with Windows 10 S?
Yeah,
yes.
it did. Yeah, it did.
It did. All right.
I took it out of S mode.
You took it out of S mode. That's fine. Yeah, I think BIOS firmware is probably what we're reinstalling it from the HP website is really what I'd like to do. All right, so Dan the Man Pentium Silver is from Q4 2019. All right. Coming back to Josh's computer, here's Microsoft Edge. Go to hp.com.
There are ways to make this computer faster. One is to put one of those things with little beads in it that go up and down. Abacus.
All right.
Had to say that.
Yeah, so I'm looking for This is I think is using the some form of an accessibility mode, so it's zoomed in, and I'm not seeing the usual links at the top for support. I'm going to scroll all the way down and see if I can get support, and not. Oh, here it is. And download drivers. And then here's laptops. So this won't let HP detect your product. Before doing that, I'm going to go ahead and put in that serial number again here and see if we get the same not found results. Unable to find drivers. So it may be the Windows 10 S mode. Might have something to do with it. Josh, did you buy directly from HP or through some other service provider?
I bought it through Target.
Through Target, okay. So here's let HP detect your product. Let's see what they come up with that way.
The big red Target, they sold computers.
Web product detect. About to initiate a product detection. Do you wish to proceed? Clicking OK.
Walmart does, and I think they're Walmart one of Walmart's direct competitors. So I would assume that they also would sell computers.
It could be online only.
Yeah, because if anybody's ever looked at Walmart online, they're trying to compete with Amazon.
All right.
I bought it in the store.
So here I'm not getting the Zoom session in, but I'm going to get at least my camera in.
I haven't been in a Target in years, so I don't know.
Unable to find
The had a
All right.
really old DVD player from April of 2007, and that DVD player, a portable DVD player, came from Target, and that's the last thing I can remember that we ever bought.
Okay. So here we've got the results. HP product detection has identified your computer. The HP 15 laptop, the serial number, product number, and it's detected an OfficeJet Pro on your network.
Yeah, that's not mine.
All right. So this is clickable. Click there and see if that'll get us into drivers. Software and drivers for this computer. We're unable to find drivers for your product.
What is the computer not doing? Or what?
It's the only problem. The only problem is this error in the device manager. So this is not a critical issue. It's fully functional, and it's just that Josh reached out and say, "I've got an error on my computer. Do you want to try fixing it?" So we may wind up saying that you're using this computer out of its intended usage, meaning it was shipped with Windows 10 S mode, and it looks like HP perhaps isn't providing other drivers. So here we're going to try manually selecting the operating system, see if it gives us any choices, and it's not giving us any choices at all. Normally this would have a list of operating systems. Oh, here's that's a scroll bar. Control, but it's not doing anything.
The HP support may be locked into Windows 10S, which means you should get everything through Microsoft.
Windows Update.
Yeah. So that we
had that discussion a week or two ago.
Yeah. So saying that we can't get drivers directly from HP, but just take what Windows Update gives us.
There's one thing we should learn from this we should all learn from this experience, and that is never get a computer that's like got Windows 10 or possibly Windows 11s on it that's locked into it. That comes with it pre-installed. Always get a computer with Windows 10 or 11 Home or Pro pre-installed.
Yeah, it certainly is best to buy a computer that is designed for the way you intend to use it. So Windows 11 Home on top of a laptop that was designed for Windows 10 S mode, you're kind of pushing the boundaries. But so let's let go of HP drivers. And this takes me back to my proposed solution of just turning off Secure Boot in BIOS, which we can't get to that remotely. WMIC has some capabilities of accessing information from BIOS, but I don't think we can actually make changes, particularly if Secure Boot is turned on, because that's exactly the type of change that Secure Boot would be trying to prevent.
Well, Secure Boot must be in because Windows 11 is there. Well, assuming it was done with no tricks.
Yeah. Now, what makes me speculate that disabling Secure Boot might work? I mean, Secure Boot is still present even if you turn it off, I think. So if you turn it off, will that device driver and device manager stop trying to install? That's where my thoughts go. Let's get back to chat, see if there's other comments along those lines. What is the error? Rob, Alan, we'll get back to the error in a moment. Okay, so this one here, this Kayla Myers, for those of you who are moderators, when you're seeing somebody put in a website, trying to divert people to a website like that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and just hide the user on this channel. Don't put them in a timeout. Don't remove the comment. Just go ahead and hide them from this channel. That'll take out everything that person has ever done on the channel. Okay. Now, I'm not seeing oranges, and I see a lot of snide remarks and just in joshing, so I'm looking for orange to see if there's sincere comments. Yeah, so 10S, yeah, nothing else new. All right. Josh, I know you have a disability issue, and I know that you're not typically, you already mentioned that you don't do anything in BIOS. This is my conclusion so far, and we're kind of a little bit disadvantaged by not being able to go into BIOS remotely. My suggestion is that we just leave that disabled in Device Manager and not worry about it.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I think that's good enough. Anybody else disagree?
On the screen, it's not showing an exclamation mark or anything.
No, that's because I disabled it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Somebody's asking what the error is. So let me go back and I'll re-enable it.
Yeah,
So
Dr. Rob was asking.
Yeah, Dr. Rob.
In this case, no, I do not. I agree 100%.
Okay. So here I'm going to enable this device just to show Dr. Rob what the error is. It's this exclamation mark right here. Josh, you did say that there was a specific error. Oh, here, this code 10. The device cannot start. I think that code 10 is just probably very generic. It says this device cannot start. And then what we did further is went into, get back to the right place here, into properties, and details and hardware IDs and searched this ID in Google, and that's what pointed me towards Secure Boot as what that is connected with. All right, so I think I'd like to go ahead and step away from that and say we're done with it, and have as much of a conclusion as we can make. So in summary, I'd say that it's a consequence of taking a computer that was designed for Windows 10 S mode and installing taking it out of S mode, which I don't object to, but taking it out of S mode and installing Windows 11, you're subject to things not working quite the way you might expect, because this computer apparently wasn't designed this way. And the evidence of that is that HP has no drivers available directly from their website whatsoever for this computer, which tells me that they designed it for Windows 10 S mode. Josh, do you recall how much you paid for it? Was it an inexpensive computer?
No, but it looked to me like it was relatively cheaply made.
Cheaply made? Yeah, I'm thinking that that's probably the case. Well, let's see. Here's
because there was a processor, there was a version that was newer than this, and it had a touch screen.
It had a what?
A touch screen.
Touch screen. All right. Well, now was it marketed specifically for people with disabilities?
No, I don't know.
All right.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, the thing that I was curious to do is to go look for that HP model and see what price it sells for. But I think I'd rather move along because we've got another troubleshooting issue here to look at. I wonder if I can get my Zoom operating again. I'm going to try this again. So you're seeing a black screen now, and choose the Zoom meeting again. I think probably what I need to do is step out of the Zoom meeting and then back in. You people in the Zoom meeting can see me, so I'm gonna leave the meeting, but I'm not gonna end the meeting, and then I'm gonna rejoin it. All right, here we go. Let's see, I'm going to assign Alex to be the host. And then going to rejoin that.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
All right, so I think that was showing me on camera through all of that. And I'll go back to punch the Zoom button and see if I can bring that back up. No, it's still blank. How about if I remove that source and
Hey, Alex, you need to share some of that.
let's see, do we go here? Zoom meeting, try this one. No, that still didn't work.
Jay, if you can get them, this is an Amazon brand, big thing of pretzels. You can get, they sell them for they're $5. They're $5 for this big tub on Amazon.
What is it?
Pretzels.
Yes. Okay. So
Here.
Alex was saying $5 for pretzels. I thought you were going to tell us the price of this model laptop.
I think it was $5
For the laptop.
Yeah, really.
Well, and I'm kind of hoping somebody will go look up that laptop because I think you saw the model number. Although it was kind of a generic model number, right? It wasn't very specific. Yeah, I'm looking back at here's it called it a HP 15 DY 1000 laptop. So if I come over here to Amazon, try it there first, paste that into the search field. Yeah, how do you get the precise match for that? Well, if I ask for Windows 10 S, Yeah, I don't see any choices on the left for Windows 10s. Yeah, that I could go take a long time going down that squirrel hole. It's a rabbit hole, but
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole.
squirrel is carries nomenclature for that kind of diversion. So, shall we move on to the next troubleshooting?
Doug,
Yes.
in regards to you not being able to put Zoom on here, what I would do is go in and delete your original source and then reinvent it. I don't know if you're using a display capture or a window capture. When I run into this problem with OBS, that's what I do, and it generally fixes it.
Yeah, I did exactly that, and it didn't work.
Oh, I
That's
tried.
exactly what I
like
did.
the computer in the background, Doug.
You like what?
I like the big beat build in the background.
Oh, yeah.
That up.
Big beast build right back there.
You know, Doug, that was supposed to be a 15-year-old kid to play games on. I was told that by his dad.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? Here's another way. I was tinkering around with another way of bringing Zoom into the live stream that I know will work. So let me do this. Because the way that's not working is by capturing an application window on the streaming computer. So what I'm doing is I'm coming in to Zoom using Baby Beast. And I'm going to not use computer audio. So that way my audio is still going through Big Beast. And now
we can solve problems twice as fast with two Dougs.
Yeah. So is there two or three now? Because you've got my little picture-in-picture in the bottom left. And yeah, so there's three Dougs there now over YouTube. On Zoom, you're only seeing two. And on my streaming computer, I could see all three with two or three camera views. I think there's three camera views.
Hey, Doug, you have a closet behind you that says friends and family gather here?
Yeah.
Who comes out of the closet first? Friends or family?
Who comes what first?
Never mind. You'll ban me for life in a day if I finish.
He just said something funny. Everyone else is laughing, and he won't repeat it for me because I didn't get it the first time. I didn't hear your words the first time.
I said you have a closet that says friends and family gather in the closet.
Oh,
and I said,
all right.
Who comes out of the closet first, friends or family? There you go.
All right, thank you.
But you shouldn't have that over the closet. No kidding. You should have it over the front door as you come in.
Well, it used to be underneath the windowsill, but of course that never showed up on camera. So my reasoning for it being there is it's visible on camera. Well, last night I had family in a Zoom session. Today I have you all in a Zoom session. So I'm calling that family and friends.
It works for us.
All right.
How are your brothers?
Pardon me?
Yeah, I said you were talking to your brothers yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
And I said, was everybody all right?
Yeah, they're all okay.
That's good.
Stan and Tom have both been on my videos more than once each. And there was also my brother Bob, who has not been on a video. And there was my nephew Tom Jr. He's son of my oldest brother.
How old are you now?
How old am I?
In a video and you look relatively young.
I understood you to say, how old am I?
No, how old is your nephew?
My nephew. Oh, my nephew is around 52, something like that. I think, Josh, you're referring to my grandson.
Yeah.
Which is, he's 8 years old.
Okay.
And he's at the moment, we're planning, he's going to be over here tomorrow. in my office, and we're going to play Fortnite together. So that, again, is family gathering in this room. So,
recorded on video.
So there.
Who's the new person in Zoom today? I just noticed we got somebody.
Jose. Hello, Jose. Does Jose have a microphone on? He's from.
It doesn't appear. It appears that he does not.
Yeah, Photo Mix Media. Was that him?
No, that was me.
Connecting to audio.
Oh, he's connecting to audio. And there he's muted. Let's see him come off mute.
Hello.
Yeah, there you are. Hi, Jose.
Greetings.
Hi.
Hi. Have you been in a Zoom session with us before? I think you have.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I think just once. So welcome back.
Thank you.
And I see Tim. I haven't said hello to Tim yet. Hey, you dude. Hello, Tim.
Hey, Doug.
There you go.
Couldn't find the right button quick enough.
All right. That sounds like a Doug issue. You're such a Doug. All right. Then what's going on with Zoom? So now that I've got Zoom is actually being captured from my computer number 2. So that means I can Alt-Tab to get back to chat window. Jim is catching up in DVR mode. HP cheaply made. He makes a wisecrack towards HP. I'm scrolling up for other orange. I don't see other orange, so I'm not going to read through them all because I'd like to move on to this other troubleshooting issue. And Bob Carlson, if you're watching and haven't spoken up in chat yet, please speak up and let us know that you're present. Because I'd like, hang on. I'd like for us to be able to ask you some questions. I was hoping to get a chance to connect with you over a video, Bob Carlson, to ask you some questions before we started this troubleshooting. So I've got to go into the other room and grab the computer. What do I want to leave on screen in the meantime? I guess I'll just leave that on.
Need some music.
Music, yeah. A copyright violation. Thank you very much. But Gary, you could sing for everybody.
Yeah, it's still be copyright violation. Not the way I sing it though.
I can find some copyright. I can find some copyright for free music and play it through my texture card.
How about Sweet Home Chicago? That's beyond copyright.
That's right. There's some things beyond copyright you should be able to do.
I don't think that wants any copyright strike.
That was a quick trip.
Yeah, it was just right around the corner where I used to have the streaming computer next door. Tom K with $2. Thank you, Tom. And I'm going to put the serial number for this, sorry, Gary, HP computer.
Hey, Doug?
Yeah.
Can you explain the difference between a copyright notification and a copyright strike?
Yeah. Copyright notification. Now, as I understand it, I got to clarify, just as I understand it, copyright notification notifies you of a copyright claim for something that you have on your channel and that the copyright holder is going to get the money generated from that video. A copyright strike counts as a community strike against your channel, and that's like a demerit. You get too many of those, YouTube can take action against you. So I'm reading between the lines. Reading between the lines, I'm understanding that a copyright notification, you can get by with that. You're going to lose money on that video if you're monetized, and they get the money from it, but that it's not a black mark against your channel that would prevent you from achieving other levels on your channel. Now, with that, with me giving the disclaimer that I think this is what it is, saying that I haven't researched it in, extensively. You could look at it further with that in mind and see if you confirm that. And I'm seeing that these two cameras are actually out of sync with each other in Zoom. That's curious.
To add, I don't know the copyright with YouTube, but I can give you a hint with copyrights in general. Eagles Incorporated and the Beatles Incorporated have full-time people monitoring Spotify, Sirius, YouTube,
right,
watching for that.
Right.
I mean, they pay somebody, quote, $15 an hour to find your video and take it because they want the, X amount of pennies that it would generate.
Yeah, and I also think there's actually companies that do that on behalf of
copyright holders. Yes.
Copyright holders, and maybe even ones that haven't authorized them to do so.
Yep. We'll split the money.
So I want to put in this serial number for this computer here. MXX.
Whose computer is that, Doug?
This is Bob Carlson's computer. I've talked about his computer in the last couple of Saturday streams, including, I think, the one before I went to pick up the Big Beast build. I didn't actually stream on that Saturday. So MXX 5071 9ZR. And some of you will recognize it when I remember hearing about it when I started describing what the situation is. So that's the serial number for anyone that wants to go look at that. And then I'm going to switch over on this computer to the description below this video.
And say, Doug, this is Bob Carlson.
And whoever's talking there, I can't understand. Your audio's not working right.
Switch over to Zoom.
There's nothing when I search for it.
Let's go to here. So the description below this video has some content from Bob Carlson. I'm bringing it up on screen here. So Bob Carlson, I have the computer. This is an excerpt from one of his emails anyway. It says, I did a Windows update before Christmas, and before I took off for a couple weeks, I shut down my computer. I was given the option to let Windows continue to do the update and shut itself down when complete, or to just shut the computer down. I didn't trust the computer to turn itself off, so I selected shut it down. The other day when I tried starting it up, I got the attached image as my message. It doesn't look like a mechanical issue, but a software issue to me. Is this something you could help out with? And the photo is just a normal blue screen of death error screen with a stop code of bad system config info.
Hey, Doug, this is Bob. I'm actually online. I was watching you on YouTube earlier. So.
Oh, great. You're in the Zoom session.
Yes, I am.
Oh, awesome. There's Bob Carlson's rectangle in the Zoom session.
Well, he's been running around the house painting today, so I'm a moving target.
You're not camera ready then, I say.
No.
I suppose. Okay. So, Bob, yes, I have questions for you. Let's, before we start going with this. When you delivered the computer to me, you mentioned that you were able to get to a DOS prompt.
Yes.
Yes? So,
correct.
Did you go through any of the options such as trying to do a system restore or letting Windows do a recovery process, any of that kind of stuff?
I did. I did not do the recovery because it talked about losing all of my files and I hadn't backed everything up yet.
All right.
There was that recovery or restore. I forget which one that one was. I took a look at the... I tried restarting it numbers of times. It never went to safe mode.
All right.
The DOS prompt is about the closest thing I got to making it look like the computer still worked.
Well, the DOS prompt would come up when you get a troubleshooting screen and maybe even click into advanced troubleshooting. So does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I tried the advanced troubleshooting. I did the F5, I think, or whatever. So on startup and got over to that.
All right. All right. So I had intended to do an image backup of this before getting to today, but things just got out of hand busy. So I haven't done that yet. So we're going to take a cautious approach with the way we do this. There's Jim. Hello, Jim. So I need to do some setup to where we can try to start this. So you're all on screen. So chat amongst yourselves while I do some more gathering of equipment here.
Okay, I got a quick one for everybody. I'm on target.com because of the last computer. There are 17 pages of computers on target.com. I thought that was funny.
He just doesn't learn his lesson about turning us loose to talk amongst ourselves, does he?
I just think
Ken,
hey, Jen, good to see you.
14 windows in his Zoom session. How many have you had?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have
7, 8. I got 8 people on my iPad.
I have it turned off.
But one of those is duplicated because Doug is running it twice. One from the big beast and one from the baby beast.
I have it turned off so that I won't see people's squares won't show up that they don't have their video on. So I'm only seeing 9 videos on my computer on my Zoom screen because I've got all the rest of them turned off because they don't have their video.
Oh, say that lightly, lad. You know what happened last time you brought that up.
You might want to stop doing that. You're kind of pissing people off in the United States.
I think everywhere. Don't leave us by himself.
Very south. So it's good to see you, Jim. How you doing?
Oh, hanging in there.
Viewer discretion advised. I'm about to take my shirt off and show my video.
If you don't like my dog, dirty words to you. I just looked up how many tabs you can have open in Microsoft Edge. It says 10,000.
Wow.
Does anybody think I'm right?
Well, start opening tabs. Yes. When you get there, let us know.
I think you're right because you had a bunch of tabs open the other day and it crashed your computer.
Yeah, it says 10,000. I had 200. I found my Windows 11 error.
Yeah, but you was also running Zoom and Teams and a whole bunch of other stuff at the same time.
I keep mine close to 90%.
I would love to have Terry build me a computer, but I don't have the money to pay him.
If you got the money for the computer parts, he won't charge you for the labor if you let him do it over YouTube sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but I don't have the money for the parts. And I don't know what parts I would get.
Well, if you have a budget, you can always friend Catherine Anna Hauserman on Facebook, and she'll make you a parts list.
Yeah, if we hear from Catherine again.
Of course, that means you had to join Facebook.
Yeah.
So what's going on with Catherine? Has she been just absent because she was unhappy?
She's kind of mad at a couple of people. One is yours truly.
What did you do now? What did you do now?
I really need to rehash what I did.
Well, I wasn't around for it, so.
Oh, well, okay. Well, she was getting on Alex a little bit for something he brought up that is a function of Zoom, and she was getting a little personal about it. So I stepped in and told her I could give a flying flip if she doesn't talk to me ever again. But we will treat people with respect in here. He was merely pointing out a Zoom function. He was not being personal about it. And she took it personally. So she probably won't be back on my channel for a while.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know how often I managed to join one of your Zoom sessions, so I missed it.
Yeah, that's fine. I got it. I get it.
Yeah, got it, had it.
And most of that is simply because you're in a different time zone and you start too late for me. That's all.
One week from today, I'll be in your time zone, and that problem should be rectified. Maybe.
I still don't mean to make anybody mad by anything, but by saying that, I'm just because it's not going to affect anything that anybody is showing what Doug or what Ken shows over YouTube. So it's not going to affect what anybody else sees. Only what I see.
Yeah, but if the host does it, then that's not a good thing. And I think maybe that was part of her thing too. But I mean, I know you didn't mean anything personal by it. I get it. I think in time she will too, but she'll come back in time. I honestly do believe she will.
And guess what? You're back in the middle again.
Should I change myself to Alice again? Hold on, I'll take care of that.
Well, if you're going to participate in chats and other things on the internet, you need to grow a relatively thick skin.
Or you got to grow something else. I can't say that over anything.
This is a family channel now.
We can change that real quick if you want. Hey,
I don't hold it against her. I just.
Oh, and Alex, last night I wasn't picking on you particularly when I had my little rant.
I know.
It was me.
What I had in the back of my mind was I have a first cousin once removed who is a conspiracy theory nutcase who believes that the vaccines have microchips in them paid for by Bill Gates.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's completely ridiculous.
It's by Jeff Bezos and
ever since
Elon Musk.
Ever since the whole COVID mess started, my mom's been watching a lot of those kind of videos on Telegram and on YouTube, and she kind of thinks the same thing.
Well, it's easy to go down the rabbit hole online sometimes.
How many people have been to the mothership and been probed? I have. At least that's what the guy told me.
I was almost to make an unfamily friendly comment, and I won't.
I was just talking about conspiracy theories.
Well, what is it Ron White says? You can't fix stupid.
Nor your relatives.
I'm just going to ask you, Gary, was it fun? Oh. It's like Doug's
Jim,
opening
what's
up
your
a
weather
monitor.
like there?
I'm sorry, did somebody say something to me?
I was going to ask Jim, what's your weather like there today?
Oh, I want to say it's well, actually, no, it was about 50 degrees about an hour ago. So I'd say it's probably low 50s. Sun's out, but that's not going to last.
My wife and I had a fight this morning. We went out driving and I took a fiberglass car instead of a winter car.
Rick, you're probably going to want to kill me for saying this, but ours is cloudy and 72.
Be quiet.
We went to lunch with my son and my other granddaughter. My other granddaughter called from Tampa, and it's supposed to be 90 tomorrow. That's disgusting.
Well,
them words right there are waiting room words, Gary. Have we not gone over this before?
I said 90 is disgusting. It's too.
And he has to repeat it.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, Ken can't put anybody in the waiting room because this is Doug's Zoom.
I'm gonna sing. I can't even say the words. They're copyrighted.
I'll be coming back as long as Doug wants me to come back. I don't have a problem.
Glad to see you. We'll write you a letter. I'm sorry.
Well, I think I only routinely throw one person in the waiting room, and he knows it's a joke, and he comes back with a big old grin on his face. So I'm going to keep doing it. Fair warning. Yes, there are 3 Dougs, 2 on Zoom and 1 on his camera. In fact, I was going to ask him if maybe he could shut one of the Zooms off without losing it on the YouTube stream, but I don't know if he can do that or not. So
For whatever it's worth, the computer Doug's working on is very similar to my old desktop, same series. 700 Envy series.
Now they changed.
I really like that big beep bill, but that would keep me awake at night.
Yeah, I'm back from the days when you needed a room for a computer, so sound from the computer doesn't bother me. Jeff probably remembers those days. They lull you to sleep at even Blackwatch night shift. It's like, yeah, I like that noise.
I had the guy in Nebraska offer me a free computer back in the day if I would come and collect it. It ran on vacuum tubes.
Yep.
I like the motorcycle in the background.
I had
that's the bike I had many years ago.
I had an acquaintance that collected, they're called AS400s. When they came out, they were about $500,000. And in 10 years, they're worth nothing. He had all these computers in his basement. It's like, why are you doing that?
Maybe he's trying to keep the house from floating away.
Yep.
Seriously. I still miss Halon for any of you folks to know what that is.
Oh.
You don't want to be in the room when it goes off, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
I have been. I had an operator we hired, and he thought it was reusable without filling it. Kind of like you can do it forever.
Is Bob still in here? I don't see Bob. Is he still in here?
Yeah, Bob.
He's got his mic muted. It's hard to breathe with Halon. I'm joking when I say that. Can't breathe at all.
Yeah, oxygen overrated. There you go.
Yeah. Well, actually, we only use about 17% oxygen, so you don't need that much. You just need some. And for all you Greenpeace type people, it's not good to have Halon, so we had to get rid of that. It worked.
It looks like it might be another HP, but I can't tell.
It says that. Oh,
yes, Josh, Bob is still here. He's got his mic muted and no video going. Hey, I can't talk. I'm telling you guys, if you watch my stream lately, it is rough.
Yeah, and I haven't.
Medications are not having any ill effect whatsoever.
Oh, let's see. It looks like over the YouTube stream, I'm blocking Ken's view with my.
Is that on purpose?
No, just a happy coincidence. Why?
Oh, that's cool. Leave it like that. It shows Alice. I like that.
Hey, Doug, I'm muted. Will you unmute me, please?
I can't even see how that is there.
Your camera?
Let's see. It's on computer 2. Should be that picture-in-picture, but when I turn it off, I'm still there. That Doug won't let me turn him off.
Gotta fire that Doug.
Or change the size. How can that be? NTPIP. Somebody's got a lot of background noise. Looks like it's Tim. All right, I'm going to give up on that. Okay, so here, let's see. Can you see this? On this camera, I can turn it to show that monitor. I do have a capture device ready to plug in if we wind up going that way. Now, did that show up on Zoom? I don't think Zoom is seeing that camera.
Nope.
All right, so let's see. Zoom is seeing that camera. How about if I do this? Yeah, there you can see that monitor. And I might just switch over to the capture device instead of using the monitors. So here we go. Let's try power on.
Hey,
Is that an HP bug or is that another computer?
have any of you guys ever used 23andMe, the DNA place?
Nope.
No.
I used it, and my grandparents were all from Argentina, and it keeps coming back Germany. Yeah.
Gee, I can't imagine where that would be.
Thank you. At least somebody understood the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was watching a lot of older videos of Gary Holtman, and he was saying that HP stands for horrible product, and now I understand why.
Some of them are good, like this Envy series that Doug's working on is similar to one I have, and everything inside it is pretty much standard.
Okay, so here let's get this. We've got the message here, and it's doing a countdown of saving the information. So that I have a photo of preparing automatic repair. Let's see, can I make that bigger? Yeah, there's that. So this is coming over Zoom and YouTube. Preparing automatic repair. I know it's out of focus.
It's reversed too.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Well, yeah. So what I have to do for that is tell it to reverse image. Mirror my video. Remove that check mark. So that should make it right direction.
Yep, there we go.
Diagnosing your PC.
Can you spotlight it on Zoom, Doug?
Oh, all right. Yeah.
So because there's the delay on YouTube, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a blank screen, and you're seeing it's undiagnosed.
Let's see. Oh, I have to reclaim host. Okay, and then spotlight for everyone.
All right.
There we go.
There we go. I can see that.
Yeah.
Automatic repair.
Yeah, still out of focus. So let me try switching to the capture device. I don't have an HDMI splitter.
There's a Zoom message on YouTube that says join audio.
No.
I got the answer to my question. That is an HP computer. I can see the HP logo.
HP Envy 700 series.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is create a new scene for that capture device. This is my second capture device. And care. So you're going to see a blank screen over YouTube until I get that capture device going. Should be this one. Yeah, there it is. All right. And then can't add, I already know that I can't add the Zoom session as a picture inset. So I'll take camera 1 and fix that up a little bit. I'm going to block out that stuff. I'm going to kind of have my backside. Okay, so that monitor is not showing anything anymore, so that spotlight is pointless. And can I give this? I don't think I can. How can I send this over Zoom? Yes, there's a way I can do that, I think. Let's do this. I'm going to fix this picture size some more.
What do you mean to share your capture card over Zoom?
No. I'll explain it a little bit when I get to the point. So what I'm going to do is go to the Zoom meeting. So right now over YouTube, I'm showing this automatic repair screen and my picture-in-picture. And then I'm going back to Zoom and going to go back to gallery. Now that doesn't unpin that for you guys. I have to remove the spotlight. So now you should have the gallery back. And then I'm going to change the camera input to be XSplit broadcaster, which means in my picture, you're seeing what's going out over YouTube from XSplit. So
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, you're going to have to pin that because it keeps switching.
Yeah, spotlight that for everybody. Now, does that make it stick for you guys?
Yeah. We'll find out. See somebody else. Yeah, okay. It seems to work.
All right. All right. So this is fun. If
cannot repair your computer.
I didn't understand, Josh.
Automatic repair.
Yeah, automatic repair. So I need to click with the mouse use the mouse and keyboard for that computer, and I'm watching it through XSplit. Your PC did not start correctly, and we got a good focus. Press restart to restart your computer. Sometimes fix the problem. We know it won't. You can also press advanced options to try other options to repair your PC. Bob, did you survive all of that arrangement stuff? Are you still with us?
Yes, I followed along. I enjoyed the stories.
Okay.
Nice to meet everybody.
Yeah, this group hangs out a lot with Ken Stout does a daily or nightly. I think it's usually in the later evenings. He does a live stream and Zoom sessions. Some of the Zoom session is not actually streamed over YouTube. So this whole group of people, I think, are getting to know each other really, really well. And as they told about, sometimes they rub each other wrong.
Or rub too much.
So I hope that doesn't take too long for you to get resolved. But anyway, so over YouTube, I think what is actually going over YouTube right now? I don't actually have a monitor of that.
Same thing.
You got the automatic repair screen up, Doug.
It is.
Your camera in the lower right. It's good.
All right.
Same screen.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. I just saw it. Okay. Good. Now, if I go punching around to other scenes, this gets messy. So I'm going to probably not do that for a bit. Automatic repair. So we want advanced options. Oh, wrong mouse. Do you see two mice moving around?
Only see one.
Only one? All right.
There's some advanced options.
Choose an option, continue and exit and continue. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to use a device yet, although that might be one of the options is to use a Windows 10 bootable and do a Windows repair from there. Troubleshoot for advanced options. Reset this PC, personal files, reinstall Windows. No. Go to advanced options. And then here's startup repair. Bob, did you get to this screen of choices?
Yes, I did. And yes, I didn't have a, what do you call it, a starting point. There was no starting point to come back to.
Okay, was that system restore there wasn't?
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Windows 10 by default disables system restore.
Yeah, I heard you say that the last time. It's like, well, that stinks.
Yeah, and they claim
Why do
it's
they do that, Doug?
save drive space. I'm going to go ahead into here and just show that and satisfy for myself that that is the case. Boy, I wonder if Brady Bunch would be a copyright strike or hit. I don't know.
A Brady Bunch screen showed a while ago in the back of somebody's screen.
Yeah, it's on Alex's. Okay, so restore system files, and this tells us here there's been no system restore points. So then we cancel this. Hopefully that'll take us right back to the prior screen.
I put it on there because Ken changed his background to that.
All right. And then, so go back into Troubleshoot and back into Advanced Options and consider other choices here. Startup Repair. Bob, did you try that one?
I think I tried everything, but it's been a while.
You think you did try everything? Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, this was back. You said that the update happened before Christmas, and I think it was after Christmas that you discovered a problem. So startup settings, we may go there. Command prompt gives us the opportunity to do some things, but keep in mind I have not done an image backup of this. We could get an idea of how much space is occupied on the drive. Do you happen to know that, Bob?
Yeah, no idea.
All right. Then uninstall updates. That's a possibility. That's
yeah, I tried that and it said it was unsuccessful.
Oh, unsuccessful for uninstalling the updates or unsuccessful for fixing the problem?
It couldn't find any updates to uninstall or something like that.
All right. Firmware settings, and we already looked at system restore. So I'm going to go into command prompt and get an idea of how much space is used on your computer. So right now we're on the X drive. That is not your hard drive. That is a RAM drive that Windows uses for us to do recoveries. And what drive is actually, it looks like it's actually the C drive. And then here we see 582 gigabytes free. I'm guessing it's probably a 1 terabyte drive.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. So to confirm that, we could go look at disk part and then list disk. And that shows us, yeah, 931 gigabytes. So we'll call that 1 terabyte. So you've got 417 gigabytes in use. Actually, a bit, less than that, maybe high 300s. So, certainly doable during live stream. But what can we do safely before that? Let's take a little further look. So that is a GPT. So that tells us it is a UEFI formatted drive because we have an asterisk in the GPT column. Then if I do list vol, I'll list the volumes. We see the volume 1 C drive, 915 gigabytes. Volume 2 is 859 megabytes. Volume D, HP recovery partition, 14 gigabytes. And then volume 4, 100. All right. Now, volume 0, drive letter E at the top of that list, it shows as DVD-ROM, and that's a virtual disk that's actually in RAM memory, which is what's giving us this operating system, this prompt that we have right now. What else do we care about here? Partition info. And I'm going to go take a look at chat on computer 2 and see if somebody's asking for something in particular. Zvi Manor says, sound from Zoom from all except you, sound with metal sound. Let's test something on that. The way I'm going to test this is I'm going to mute my microphone, and I want a couple people in Zoom to just give at least a one sentence test audio and see if it is different when I have my microphone muted. So I'll ask Jim, Jeff, and Ken to do that audio test in 3, 2, 1, 0, go.
Okay. What kind of a test do we want to do?
Here's from Las Vegas.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Yeah, here's from Las Vegas.
Here's from the state of confusion. I think you said a one sentence test.
Yeah.
I'm confused and I don't know what I'm doing.
Join the club. There's a $1,400 per week tuition. So, Zvi Manor, did that sound any better when I had my microphone muted? Because I was suspecting that the sound coming through my speakers and getting caught from my microphone might not have been that good. So Zvi says, now it is good. Is it still good after I unmuted my microphone? John Lewis says, sound is good now. Is it remaining good after I've turned my microphone on again? Now, we can't tell that until you guys do another test audio. So, Jim, Jeff, and Ken, go again, please.
Okay, here we go again.
Here's again from Vegas.
Here's again from the state of confusion.
Okay, so that was their first time talking after I opened my microphone back up. William Dawson says they all sound good to me, but I'm not sure that the...
Yeah, he says the echo's back again.
Yeah, the echo's back again. So that's what's happening. So I'd have to be using a headset myself in order to cut that out. And I'm not going to try implementing that right now, but I'll work on that. So there's Jonathan Fazani in chat saying boot rec/OS scan. That's a good one. And I see Jonathan before that, boot rec repair BCD, yeah, and also boot rec repair MBR. Those are the basic routine of things that can be done from the DOS prompt here. They are often recommended. Here's what Wintermute is probably coming up with, rebuild the BCD. So we'll go down that road, and that doesn't, as far as I can tell, has not risked the data that's on the drive, but I've never found it fix the problem. But we'll try that.
What about big chat?
Say again?
Gambit, big chat.
Check this.
Can you run Gambit for it?
Oh, scan disk?
Yeah.
Yeah. These are a little bit deeper along those lines. Let's go bring up. Oh, I'm not even showing that on screen right now. Let me see. I'm going to try punching this button. I think it's going to work because I don't have the Zoom session in the picture-in-picture. All right. So how is that? I think that's what.
There's a thing where you can flip all errors on the disk drive.
I'm sorry, Josh, try that again.
There's a thing where you can fix the bad sectors on the disk drive if you run Gambit.
Yeah, I really don't expect that they're bad sectors because this happened during a Windows update. But yes, you're right about that. You can deal with bad sectors. I'm trying to bring up. I am just totally going with the wrong keyboards.
Is this an SSD or is it a hard drive?
I don't know. Bob, do you know if it's an SSD or a spinning hard disk?
I I don't remember what I have in there.
Is it the original drive?
No, I think I upgraded the drive, but
Okay.
I don't remember for sure.
If I know in my desktop I have a 1 terabyte.
Okay, so this is what that link from, I think it was from Wintermute, was for how to rebuild the BCD boot configuration data, which I think is already shown us the command there. It's saying to look at what Jonathan said. Yes, and I agree. And Wintermute, I believe it is bootrec, rebuild BCD, and bootrec fix MBR. The latter not necessary with GPD disk, right? Since this is a UEFI disk, doesn't use MBR, master boot record. Back-K, believe file was overwrite. I believe a file was overwritten, but not completely is the problem. So are these all rebuild? MBR, I think I'm going to discount that because this is a UEFI disk. Rebuild BCD, bootrec OSSCAN, repair BCD. I don't have any opinion as to which one should go first, or if there's any order that we care about. Anybody have knowledge on that? Or preference? It doesn't seem to matter to me.
As far as I'm aware, you should run a rebuild BCD last.
Rebuild BCD last. So this one I'm highlighting right now is bootrec repair BCD. Is that the same as rebuild BCD? When you say rebuild BCD,
I'm saying if, say for example, you were to run fix boot,
yeah,
bootrec / fix boot, and bootrec / fix MBR, that you would run those before you run bootrec / rebuild BCD, because
yeah, and here's Wintermute saying repair BCD is not a valid flag for bootrec. So that's Wintermute disagreeing with Wintermute. All right, I think I said that right. I'm on the wrong keyboard
maybe he
again.
was just correcting himself.
So maybe he's correcting himself. So let's go look back here. If we actually have it published here in a certain order, we'll take that. If you see a boot manager is missing error, that's not what we saw. And I actually haven't shown you the blue screen yet, but I told you what it says. Okay, so that blue screen error, here's what I was saying, is stop code bad system config info. That to me is pretty generic.
Was there not an actual error code like 0xC000 something?
Well, that's a decent question. Let me oh, there's the picture showing over video. That's kind of off camera, isn't it? I'll do for that.
One thing that's going on, Doug, the screen in Zoom is a little bit fuzzy, but it's clear on the YouTube stream.
The screen is fuzzy in Zoom. Yeah, because in Zoom you were looking at it through the camera. No, you weren't. No,
but it's perfectly clear in YouTube.
Oh, that's interesting. Are you saying just a little blurry?
I can't tell any difference.
It's a little blurry in Zoom. It's still readable with squinting your eyes or whatever.
All right.
But in the YouTube stream, it's clear.
All right. How's that?
I can make out Windows XP and Windows 8, but that's all I can make out.
I think I know why. I think it's because you're still using the XSplit broadcaster camera source on
yeah, that the way you're seeing that is because it's the XSplit broadcaster image that's being used in Zoom, but it's also the XSplit broadcaster image that's going out over YouTube. So it sounds like it's the same thing going to both destinations.
It's the same stuff on both screens. It's just a
Yeah.
little bit fuzzy in Zoom for some
Okay,
reason.
let's get moving forward. I'm not going to try to fix that. All right. How to rebuild BCD on Windows. Start, advanced options, recovery options were there. Advanced options, command prompt were there already. Here's bootrec command is shown below. Press enter. Boot command, search for Windows installations. Let's see, did they actually boot as shown below? Here it is, bootrec/rebuild BCD. So let's get that. How do I get back to that on screen? Oh, the scene. That switch it back to there. Okay, so here we go. Oh, let's make that bigger, shall we? Right mouse. Should be able to come up here to that little DOS prompt icon in the upper right, and then properties, and then font, and then go to a larger font.
And once
So you
again,
can
I was
see that
talking
better.
and with my mic on mute.
What's that?
When I said once again, I was talking with my mic on mute.
Oh.
Because I forget that I pressed the button on the actual Blue Yeti.
All right.
Even though it flashes at me.
Rebuild BCD. Did I got that right? bootrec/rebuild BCD.
Yep.
Yep, and enter.
For what it's worth, Doug, neither of those commands are destructive. So if there's something there, they will not rebuild. Corrupt. You need to read it.
Should you still be in this part?
No.
Oh, I'm in this part. I shouldn't be. That's what went wrong. Exit. This gets me back to the DOS prompt. Bootrec/.
You're on X yet. Do you want to be on the other drive when you do that?
I don't think so, because it will. This is going to search for Windows installations.
Yes.
So the X drive isn't a Windows installation. And the instructions didn't tell us to switch to the C drive. So, no, I don't think so. Please wait. This may take a while. And that was it. Successfully scanned Windows installations. Total identified Windows installations 0. The operation completed successfully.
The operation completed successfully, but it didn't find anything.
That's not a good omen.
Uh-oh.
All right, I'll come back to the rest of this guidance. You should see following message: successfully scanned, operation completed. Scanning all disks for Windows installations may take a while. Successfully scanned, and it shows the drive letters for those installations. Windows, add installation to boot list.
Oh, Doug, we got option 1 as the answer, right?
Yeah, we got option 1.
You got option
You should
0.
see one of the following messages at the command line. Successfully scanned, totally identified 0. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
That's the one that we have. So
That's the one that we have.
Scroll down the page, it says if you get option 1.
There we go. Move on to step 7. This result most likely means that Windows installation data in Bcd Store exists, but bootrec couldn't find any additional installation of Windows on your computer to add into the BCD.
Okay.
That's fine. You'll just need to take a few extra steps to rebuild the BCD.
But it also means it's probably not corrupt.
Yeah. So this was looking for additional installations. Coming back up here, total identified. Yeah, that wording there is kind of, that doesn't really speak to that, does it? So we're supposed to go on to step 7. We did not see option 2, so we don't even need to read through that. We'll just go down to option 7. At this point, you need to adjust several file attributes for the Bcd Store so you can manipulate it. At the prompt, execute the attrib command exactly like this. So here's the command we're supposed to put in. So that would be Bcd, going to remove the hidden attribute, going to remove the read-only attribute, and going to remove the system file attribute.
They'll just be regular files then.
Yeah, so that we can manipulate it.
Or rename them.
Yeah. What you just did with the attrib command was remove the hidden, read-only, and system file. Didn't I just say that?
Yes.
From the Bcd. Those attributes restricted the actions you could take on the file. Now they're gone. You can manipulate the file freely. All right. So coming back to scene 27. And I don't have to change to that drive first. I want to see, is there actually a D drive? No, there isn't. Okay. So I also want to see C drive. There is a Windows folder there. And then attrib, it's short for attributes, C:\boot /BCD, boot configuration data, space, -H for hidden, -R space for read only, -S for hidden. And I spelled the letter R wrong.
2 H's.
Huh?
You had 2 H's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was talking at the same time I was typing, and we know that's not something Doug should be doing. All right, I'm double checking it, proofreading it. Everybody in agreement? Yeah?
Yep.
Enter. Boom, that did it. Then we'll go back to see what we're supposed to do next. To rename the Bcd Store, execute the rename command as shown below. REN for short. It's the rename command from BCD with no extension to bcd.old.
This sounds familiar to me.
So instead of remark, it's rename.
The person that said that sounds familiar, that wasn't Bob, was it?
No, that was me.
Okay. I'm gonna go take a look at something here, just because. Well, all right, let's do it this way. dir C:\boot /BCD. So that's just to get a directory listing of it. So it's 24,576 bytes. There's no extension. And then up arrow to repeat that command. I'm going to just display everything that's in that folder. There's a bunch of subfolders for different languages. Oh, wrong mouse. Can I scroll up? Yeah. So BCD was the only actual file that's in that folder. Well, there's men-test. Yeah. All right. Escape gets rid of what's already showing on that line. I'm back here to the instructions. So this rename command is what it's wanting me to do. So type that in. Back on scene 27. It's a little sluggish switching over to it. And it is ren C:\boot /BCD space BCD.old. And enter. Up arrow twice to get to that boot C:\/ command so that we can just take a look at that and see there it is at the top. We now have a file there, bcd.old. So we've just changed the name of that. So that the file bcd.noextension no longer exists. That sets us up probably for the next step. Now that BCD Store is renamed, you should be able to successfully rebuild it as you tried to do in step 6. All right, so step 6 up here was actually an attempt to rebuild it, but we didn't do step 6 because we skipped from our option 1 result in step 5. We went on to step 7. So we haven't done step 6 yet.
It's got a step 9 that you do instead, it says. Similar.
All right, so what you did, those attributes, now that they're gone, you can manipulate to rename BC. We did that. Now you should be able to successfully rebuild. So it actually tells us to do that in step 9. Gotcha.
Do you have a fixed member there also?
Say again?
You have a fixed member, MBR.
Do we have that below? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, for showing up everywhere, because usually you do that for fixed boot.
Okay. Well, since this is UEFI, does it actually have an MBR?
That's right.
I'll try answering. I'm going to do a Control F and type fix MBR to see if it's in there. And I did that in all caps and didn't find any, but probably not going to find any either. So the answer is no, it's not in there.
I wouldn't think so.
Okay. All right, so you should be able to, as you try to do in 6, you could delete the BCD file entirely since you're about to create a new one. However, renaming the existing BCD accomplishes the same thing since it's now unavailable to Windows, plus provides you with another layer of backup in addition to the export you did in step 5 if you decide to undo your actions. Did we do an export in step 5? I don't remember that.
You skipped step 5.
We
skipped that? Yeah, well, in step 5, we got option 1. So option 2 was probably gonna, no, I don't see it.
Step 6 does the export, and you didn't do step 6 because it told you to skip to 7.
Okay. Okay.
We're getting squirrel now. Let's move on to 9.
Yeah, let's move on. Try rebuilding the BCD again by executing the following. Boot rec, rebuild BCD. Coming back to scene 27, which is the subject computer. Boot rec / rebuild BCD. Rebuild BCD. Spell check, correct. Enter. Scanning all disks. This may take a while. Successfully scanned Windows installations told the identified Windows installation 0. The operation completed successfully. Going back to our instructions, it should produce this in the command prompt. Scanning all disks for Windows installation. Please wait. Successfully scanned total identified Windows installations 1. D:\Windows. Add it to the list. Yes or no? We did not get that. This means the BCD Store rebuild is progressing as expected. We did not get that. At the end of the installation, add to the boot list. Operation completed. Restart your computer. If rebuilding BCD did not solve the problem, continue troubleshooting to fix freezing and other issues that may prevent Windows from booting normally.
Doug, I'm sorry if I'm too far behind, but did you if I don't get what you've actually already tried, but did you try to boot into safe mode?
We have not done that yet.
I was unsuccessful getting there by restarting a number of times or from that troubleshooting command, it wouldn't take me to a safe mode ever.
Well, with Windows 10, with Windows 10 and Windows 11, sometimes safe mode can be a little hard to get to.
Right.
Especially if you can't load Windows in a normal mode and get to the lock screen. You have to forcefully unplug the power like 3 times in order to be able to get to it sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. We haven't seen any offering for safe mode, and I have an idea in mind from Mike Smith that might work. I'll have to go look at my notes on that. But let's first consider this did not work the way that it was supposed to. So do we have any awareness of why and what path to take? I'm going to go look at the content of that folder, because I suspect there is no BCD file with no extension in that folder, and that was supposed to have been created by virtue of doing this. So I'm doing up arrow key to get back to the directory of C:\boot, and then scroll up, and sure enough, there is no BCD file there.
It's hidden. Doug, it's hidden.
Gary?
It should be hidden.
Oh, good.
What happened to BCD old?
It's there.
It's there.
Okay.
It's there. Right. Yeah. So let's do attrib. Star.star should show us all the files that are there, including hidden and system files. Now let's better way to do that. I'm gonna hit the enter key and attrib.
You want to be in
did it on X.
No, you want to be in the C boot directory.
Yes, thank you. And we want BCD, not boot. Okay, so let's go. That was in the C:\boot. So I'm going to do CD\boot. And that folder is hidden, probably. Oh, I wasn't on the C drive. There it is. Okay, now attrib BCD star.star. There's no BCD without an extension. There's 3 of them there that are system files and hidden. Those are all logs. What happens? Type bcd.log. That's not helpful. All right. I'm kind of inclined to try that again from the native C drive. The instructions didn't say we needed to do that. I really don't think we do. That was step 9. Now I'm going to take a look at chat and see if anybody's got brilliant advice there.
Winter Mute says you're on the wrong partition.
When you're on X.
Well, when I was on X, yeah, the instructions didn't say we needed to be C drive, but that's what I'm saying.
He's saying there's an EFI partition, not a C partition.
Oh, here. It did not create it there because it is on EFI partition, not C partition.
System should be the 3rd partition, if I'm not mistaken. And you'd think first.
So, all right, we'll go explore that. Just go to recovery, and there you will see restart. I wonder if selecting restart with the shift key would give us an option for safe mode, but I don't think it does. Wintermute says, please look at chat.
Only if you're
So,
on the lock screen when you boot up to Windows.
what?
Only if you can boot up to the lock screen and be in Windows.
Yeah, I think that's right. Javi Manor has a link there.
Doug, what Wintermute is saying at the very end will do what you want.
But Wintermute is saying at the end, oh, not
Go to
X,
this part
not
and
C,
assign a letter.
this part, to assign a letter to the system partition. Yeah. I was thinking
that should
along
be the
those
beginning.
lines somehow.
Yeah, I made a mistake, but that should be the first one. Partition.
All right, so and then list vol to see. So system partition is volume 4. Now, is that just to see that file recreated? That we're not actually going to go fix anything there. It was the BCD file that previously did exist in the boot on the C drive. Now he's saying assign a drive letter there. I don't know the syntax for that. But I'm not really interested in chasing that down if it's just a curiosity.
No, he's saying to do the rebuild there as opposed to on that.
Do the rebuild there. All right. I'd sure like to see that kind of content in the instructions that we were following over here. Whoops, not there. And so maybe this one that Javi has given us would do that. And I'm going back to look at these instructions to be sure that we were not instructed to switch to a different drive letter. And no, here's that rebuild BCD command here, and they were performing it on the X drive.
The link Zavi gave you talks about something on EFI, Microsoft Boot, BCD.
Yeah.
I think I clicked the same one. Basically, walks you down how to do it.
Is it the same thing we're looking at now?
No, it's a different instruction. This is for fixing the EFI drive, system drive, like Wintermute said.
All right. So coming back to that. And Gary, you put in the same thing, didn't you? Well, I'm going to go ahead and click on it from Javi's link. How to repair EFI GPT bootloader Windows 10. This is Windows 10, right, Bob?
Yeah. Yes, it's
Windows 10. In this article, we will learn how to repair Windows bootloader on modern computer EFI. Kind of scanning through here a little bit, step-by-step guide. Boot configuration data missing. Native UEFI mode corrupted when trying to boot. Okay. Missing or contained. A computer with Windows 10 installed in native mode will fail to boot when trying to boot the computer. The following BSOD error appears. Now, we did not get that specifically. We did get message close to this. So let me go. I'm going to go bring up that picture. I don't want to do that. Where do I want to do it? Oh, I'll do it over here. On Bob's original email. That's the way to do it. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. So to bring that one up with all my new button settings, and try this. Nope. That didn't work.
Billions and billions.
Let's do it as a new scene. It's going to be a black screen there for a moment. And go to desktop 2 and stretch that out. Here's the picture. There's no error number. For more information about this issue and possible fixes, I'm reading that fine print. Visit windows.com/stopcode. That symbol there.
That's the URL code.
Yeah, that code will take you to a website, but every time I've done it, it has been very generic. It says bad system config info, and because of that, I think we're really on the right track. So anyway, I have shown you the actual picture from the computer, and I don't think I care to try scanning that code and going through it. Let's go down here further. This error indicates the Windows bootloader configuration has been corrupted or even completely removed. If you try to repair the bootloader using the BCD edit tool, you receive an error like this. Fact is, Windows 10 installed in UEFI data modes, going down. Try to boot from recovery disk, system restore, startup repair. Let's get down to what we need. Disk part, list disk. If your disk uses a GPT partition table, we do know that because we have an asterisk in that column. Follow the following instructions. If you have an MBR, this instruction won't work for you. On MBR, now those other instructions we were following did not have anything about MBR, so that should have been UEFI as well. Windows bootloader is stored on a separate system reserved partition, not on an EFI partition. In any case, don't convert the MBR partition table to GPT until you fix the Windows bootloader. Another guide to restore BCD loader on MBR. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so here, I think I'm ready to go follow these item by item. It's that those steps in disk part are not destructive. Let's see, that wasn't the screen I wanted. Go to scene 27, not 28. Then they want us in disk part. I'm going to start with list disk instead of going straight to selecting 0. 0 is the only disk in here, so select 0. That sets it as the current disk, except that apparently I didn't do that right. Oh, SEL. Disk 0. Disk 0 is now the selected disk. Display the list of partitions and volumes on the disk. List partitions. I think list part will do it. Yeah. 4-character or 3-character abbreviations typically work. Display the list of partitions and volumes. List vol. In this example, you can see the EFI partition can be easily identified by the size of 100 megabytes and the FAT32 file. So for us, they want the system.
And anybody that might be using Windows 11, there was an update last June It took it up to 300 meg.
Oh, for that partition?
Yep. But
all right.
when it came out, it went back down to production.
All right. Can be easily identified by the size of 100 megabytes. So that's volume 4 on our screen. And the FAT32 file system, check. Most often it's labeled system EFI. It is labeled the system. Has the partition 2 index, aka volume 5 with hidden label. Yeah, it is the 5th volume. There's volume 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4th volume is the 5th of those volumes, and it is hidden in the right-hand column. The main partition with the installed Windows with the NTF file system is volume 2. And it's the 2nd volume. It's called volume 1. It's not, right? The main partition with the installed Windows with the NTFS file system, it can be both Windows 10 and Windows 8.1, is volume 2. In their example, that was a 350 megabytes. So are they actually referring to... Now, if you people in chat are trying to shout out at me, you're not in Zoom, so I can't hear you. I can't keep jumping over to chat and sift through the comments that are not relative. So really useful if you come into Zoom if you really have significant things to say. I just took a quick look at Zoom and at chat, and there's way too much stuff for me to sift through. The main partition with the installed Windows as the NTFS, it can be both Windows 10, is volume 2. There must also be an MSR system reserve partition, 16 megabytes. There's looks like 14 megabytes.
Actually, Jeff, real quick, the first physical partition is going to have 100 meg. That is your EF. That is a system partition. The second partition is 16. And it is a slot partition, they call it at Microsoft.
Oh, partition. Okay. You know. Oh, I see. I was looking at volumes rather than partitions. Their sample actually has a different output than what I have. That's what's throwing me. Here I'm showing that documentation. They have a column for volume and they have a column listed as partition. And they're referring to partition numbers, and I was looking at volume numbers. That's what was throwing me. If I come back to the subject computer, the output of the list volume command is showing the volumes here and partitions here, but we've got partitions printed out up here. This is showing partition 1 is the 100 megabyte system. Okay, thank you, Gary. I think you got me untwisted there.
Yeah, the first partition is system. It's 100 to 300 depending on where you're at. The next one is 16 meg. That is reserved for Microsoft, and they won't tell you. Partition 3 physical is your 900 gig, your system. Partition 4 is where they do the backup of the operating system when they update every month.
Okay.
900 gig or 900 meg usually.
Now you referred to a 16
meg
as partition 2, but I'm seeing 128.
Right. They shift, but those are the 4 partitions. Okay. And a lot of systems have a 5th partition, which is the rebuild from Dell or HP or whatever. You hit F3 when you're booting, and you can.
Okay, so that all kind of, I don't think probably makes much difference as to what we're actually supposed to do. Assign the drive letter K, which Mute and Javi was
correct. First
prescribing
system.
Yeah, so assign the letter K to the hidden EFI volume. Coming back to that screen, there's a delay when I click on it before it gets to it. I'm going to have to completely rework these scenes once I get my new setup all resolved. Select volume 1. Now, is that the number that I need to be choosing? What are they, when they say volume 1, they were referring to volume 1. To them, volume 1 was 100 megabyte partition. And for me, volume 1, the 100 megabyte partition is volume 4, not volume 1. Are we
right. Wintermute's saying it is FAT32, only one option there, and that is volume 4.
Yeah. So assign volume 4 the letter K. Select vol 1. Should get a response saying volume 1 is the selected volume, and then assign, oops, no, not volume 1, volume 4. Select volume 4 is the selected volume. That probably resulted in some chat messages, didn't it? Assign letter K. Are we in agreement? V as Wintermute, select volume 4. All you care is EFI FAT32, only 1.4. Y, the raw DVD, is there a disk there? The raw DVD is the RAM disk that this Windows that we're operating in right now.
You want volume 4?
Yeah, for Zeke, I'm not going to go watch Brightex YouTube.
But you do want volume 4 system.
Say again, Gary?
You want volume 4 and it says system under label.
Yeah, so assigning letter K is correct the way I'm doing it, is what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, here we go. Enter. This part successfully assigned the drive letter or mount point. Close disk part. And then go to bootloader directory or the hidden volumes. So CD /DK and then into that folder. CD /D. I don't know what the /D does. It's just a change directory command, so I'm not too worried about it.
D changes it from your C drive to your D drive.
Not a /D. D colon would change to the D drive. /D is a parameter for the CD command. So exiting disk part, and then CD /D. Maybe it changes to the, well, let's find out. CD /D without any parameters. File name directory, yeah, it didn't even tell us what that does. All right, CD /D, K : /. Oops, I skipped one. Go to the bootloader directory. Yeah, K : /EFI /Microsoft /boot. Enter. That takes me to that directory. So I think
/D made you change the K at the same time.
Yeah, change the drive letter. I think that's what Alex was probably saying, and I didn't comprehend it. In this case, K is the drive letter assigned to the EFI partition just above. If the directory is missing, try the following commands. So those two following commands I'm not going to do because that directory is not missing. At this point, many guides recommend, let me bring that screen back up. At this point, many guides recommend running the following commands, which should overwrite the boot partition scan those three, or even that. Since they said many guides recommend, I'm saying, are they saying something different here? All these commands are applicable only for disks with MBR. If your computer boots UEFI mode, which this does, then it necessarily uses the GPT partition table as in our case. Therefore, when you run bootrec commands, you will see an error, access is denied. To fix boot records on EFI, you need to use the BCD tool. The BCD tool allows you to restore bootloader files on the system partition by copying them from the system directory on the Windows partition. The BCD bootloader configuration is recreated using Winder yada yada BCD template file. Yikes. Use the attrib command to remove the hidden read-only system files from the BCD. Wow. So they're telling us to use the BCD boot tool here. Is this actually instructions for doing that?
Yes.
Oh, down further.
Yep, down further.
Okay.
You got to unhide the BCD on the new thing.
Yeah, this is the next step that I need to do, is this changing the flags on that. Okay, we're in the folder. I'm going to do an attrib BCD enter just to see what it currently looks like. It's showing all those flags are already removed. I'll go ahead and do the command anyway. BCD with no extension, minus system, minus hidden, minus read only, and enter. Up arrow twice to get to that previous command, and there's no change. Those flags were already removed from that file. How and why, I don't know. Oh, how large was that? We'll take a look at it. We'll come back to it. Delete the current BCD configuration file by renaming it. This will keep the old one as a backup. They just want us to do a basic rename command. Switching back. Waiting for XSplit to get around to switching back. There we go. And EIR BCD. It's 69,000 bytes. Rename BCD, bcd.bak. Enter. Directory of BCD asterisk shows there's a BCD back and a BCD log from 2016. Wow.
Probably when Windows was upgraded to 10.
Oh yeah, this computer's been around that long, looks like.
It's very similar to mine, which came with Windows 7 Pro originally.
All right, so rename done. Using the BCD boot exe utility, you need to recreate the BCD store by copying UEFI boot files to the boot partition from the Windows directory. So that sounds good. There's the command BCD boot from C:\Windows /1 English US /S K:\F all. So since it's giving K:, I think it's assuming that we are in that directory right now, which we are. Switching back. BCD boot C:\Windows. Has anyone started the lottery pool as to whether this is going to work? Now, is that an L or a 1?
L. It's a language.
Language. Okay. /L for language. That makes total sense. EN-US for English United States.
Doug, what are the odds in the lottery pool? Just checking.
Well, they're not determined until people actually buy into the pool, aren't they? I don't know how to work pools.
I'm working on the over-under. Give me a minute.
Yeah, all right. All right, so there's the command, proofreading it, bcd boot, C:\Windows, /L, English US, /S, K:, /F, space, O, enter. Bob, are you wondering why you didn't go through all this yourself?
Something's happening awful slow.
There it is. Boot file successfully created. That's a nice sounding outcome.
Hey,
dir bcd asterisk.
Hey, Jim, as fast as that moves, it's probably an HP.
So there it's at 20,480 bytes.
Hey, look at something. Seriously, look at the BCD back.
The
it's a third the size. It's 3 times bigger.
Yeah, yeah.
That's weird.
That's kind of my reason for being interested in looking at it. Yeah. Now I'm wondering if the BCD file might grow over time with all the things that a computer goes through in its life, or is that just some form of corruption? I don't know how big that file should be. Let's see what else. Are we done with the instructions, or do we still have more? Boy, this scroll bar goes a long ways down.
These BCD edit. It says.
What's that, Jeff?
The next instruction is, say, if you run the bcd edit command, you should see the following.
All right. Now, this all stuff here was just explanations of the parameters, so I'm not reading through that. Hint, I don't think I need to read through that. BCD, if you're on the BCD edit command, we don't have to. And is it just BCD edit? No parameters? An entry should appear in the Windows Boot Manager section containing the full path to the UEFI boot file. Windows Boot Manager section. Let's see, is it? Oh, here's Windows Boot Manager section at the top there. And that would be this one right here they're referring to.
Looks like it's what it's supposed to be.
Well, it's the path that it's supposed to be. We didn't look at any file called boot mgfwefi, but I guess that's what this command maybe just created. And that is, they do tell us in the instructions that that's what we should see is that file name. Okay, fine. That all looks fine to me. Everyone in agreement?
It doesn't say, but I'm wondering if you need to unassign the drive letter before you reboot.
I'm absolutely certain we do not.
Signs don't follow reboots.
Yeah, because that's just a temporary. Oh, Catherine Anna Houseman in chat. Hi, Catherine. Good to see you. Let's see. I'm scrolling up through chat for C's. Let's see. That looks like that's highlighted there. That must have been the last thing that I highlighted. According to HP, this computer's from 2015. Could have been any of those versions. Catherine saying hello. And product number, release date, yada, yada, yada. I don't know what all that's about. Maybe that's the product number of the computer. People saying hello. Looks good. Reboot time. Now rebot and pray. All right. And I'm going to go back to instructions and just scroll down and confirm that. Now you need to restart your computer and disconnect the bootable media. We didn't use bootable media. That would be if you booted on a USB thumb drive to get to this point. Then the Windows Boot Manager appears in the list of bootable devices where you can choose desired operating system to boot. Your EFI bootloader and BCD configuration have been restored successfully.
They put a lot of ads on here. Like,
say that again?
They put a lot of ads on these websites.
Yeah, they do. Fortunately, they didn't force us to join their club or whatever.
Doug, I don't know if there's anything in that DVD drive or if that would matter.
All right.
And a lot of websites have gotten to where they will detect that you're using an ad blocker and ask you to turn off your ad blocker in order to use their website.
There was a disk in the DVD drive.
Okay.
That could cause.
I wonder if that was misleading us anywhere. Bob, do you know what that CD is?
I don't remember. It might have been if it's not labeled, nothing written on it. Yeah, it was nothing. I think, no, I started backing up files. That's what that was.
Oh, all right.
It just has a couple of files on there is all. So,
hey, Bob, when we're done, we'll check and see what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
If it says .jpeg, I wouldn't open that. Okay?
All right.
A family program, I heard.
Yeah. So I'll go turn off your PC. Oop, wrong mouse. Now, is that going to power down? That just did a power down, not restart. Giving it a second to be sure it's not going to come back on its own. And here's pressing the power button. And then switch back to scene 27. There's the HP logo. Spinning circle of dots.
Looks promising.
You should change that circle.
I should change the circle?
Yeah, I think it's irritating.
Well, he shut this down in the middle of a Windows update, so it may be finding some files to do something.
No. He didn't shut it down in the middle.
No, I didn't think that would work.
He let the Windows. So there we got the stop code. It's the same message. No improvement.
Wait, I'm sorry. It was still doing stuff. That's
no. I didn't do anything. It was still doing stuff, and it.
It's prepared.
Oh, here
Now
we got
you
something more
error
informative.
one.
Your PC couldn't start properly. Thank you very much. We know that. After multiple tries, the operating system of your PC failed to start, so it needs to be repaired. And we got an error code 1. Yeah. You'll need to use recovery tools if you don't have any installation media. So this is a different result. So maybe we are progressing. Zyke, you're giving me that YouTube again from Brightech. I can't go watch a YouTube while I'm video while I'm live streaming.
But Doug, just because that was the same error message that I got when I was repairing Terry's computer.
Yeah, not you. Missing or corrupt system files. That's always a good thing. Or damaged boot sector.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
I had an idea. Do you think you might can try booting up to a Mac and Reflect disk and then use the option that says fix Windows boot problems?
Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to try.
Just flashed.
Though it does look like it's getting to Windows before it's corrupted.
Say again?
I said it looks to me like it is getting to Windows before it has its share. Start over. it gets to Windows, then it's got the error trying to load Windows itself.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting past boot sectors.
You think you might have to reinstall Windows, Doug?
Did you say reinstall Windows?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that could be done, but that's
not really a good idea.
That's not a great idea because then you're going to reinstall programs and data, and we haven't done the backup on this yet. Bob, you've been getting along with this computer for a while. What is that state? Is it? Do you already have everything replicated somewhere else, or does this have programs and data that we need to be careful with?
Has programs and data we need to be careful with. Like I said, I didn't.
Yeah.
All I got was started on saving stuff and.
All right.
Well, the user data should be fine.
Take an image of the computer just to save his data.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
And then do whatever.
But I am very interested in getting into safe mode. It's a challenge. Zvi Manor, do you have a procedure that we can use to get into safe mode? The only thing that I really know of is to enable safe mode through some instructions that I got that has to do with a modification to the registry that I think we could accomplish through the DOS prompt. But how to get to safe mode from here when Windows 10 just doesn't give us that option? The method that I know of is basically a way of re-enabling the F8 key for accessing safe mode upon boot. But it takes I think it was a registry edit. I'm going to go back on another screen here.
I have another idea.
Yeah.
You could possibly make and you probably don't have one, but you could possibly make a Hiren's boot CD, which makes a pre-installation environment of Windows, so you can get to like the MS config in the Hiren's boot USB you make, and then set the MS config to boot up in a safe mode when you reboot.
Well, we can get access to that with a Macrium Reflect boot USB because it is a Windows pre-installation environment.
You can run regedit from the command window.
Yeah. I think when we get to that command prompt, we can do regedit. So I'm looking at those instructions for safe mode with networking to see what that step was. Advanced options. Okay, yeah, no, that's not the one that I was looking for because that's not altering to get the F8 key. That claims to be able to do it during advanced options in restart, but that safe mode's no longer there. I don't think. So where is that? Safe mode. Notebook.
Like Gary's been saying, if you can figure out what setting to change inside of the registry to make it enable safe mode on reboot, you can we can try that.
Yeah.
That's assuming there's enough safe mode left, though.
I'm sorry, say that again, Gary.
I mean, non-technically, that's assuming there's enough of Windows safe mode left to boot to. That may be correct, also.
That is possible, and that would be informative if that is the case. But I've been successful getting into safe mode when I have a path to get there. When a computer won't boot. In fact, the last time not too long ago, within the last month or two, I had a computer that would not launch Windows successfully, and I got into safe mode and then restarted, and it fixed it just by getting into safe mode and restarting. 16 colors up to safe mode. I'm looking at some instructions here.
You might try turning it on, and real quickly, once you turn it on, pull the power cord and repeat that process like 3 or 4 times, and then it should say please wait.
Yeah, that's hard on the power supply.
That just gets you into the troubleshooting area, and it doesn't have a safe mode option in there. So this
that's what Kerry has showed before when you try to get into safe mode.
But that doesn't get into safe mode, right? We were in there already today when we first turned this computer on. We got into that exact same screen.
Safe mode, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's not safe mode. Now, this thing that I'm looking at is claimed 7 months ago, but it's that's not what I'm trying to look for. I need to focus my mind on finding that registry edit, and I can't do that when I keep talking. So I'll tell you what. Can I? Let's bring you guys back up on Zoom.
So, Doug, this is Bob. Did you say this was probably a 2015 machine?
I saw a folder date somewhere. I think a file date somewhere that was 2015.
It is. It's 2015.
So I did. As I dug through stuff after I dropped it off with you, I did do the recommended HP recovery disk back then when I bought it, probably. So I don't know if that has any worth or not. There's disk 1 of 4.
No,
I think
that's going to recover it back to original factory state.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah, it'll wipe the disk and say bye bye to everything.
That's what I thought, so that's why I never tried it.
Yeah.
I have questions.
Oh, yeah.
No. I have questions. I understand that we have data that we need to preserve. My question is what program is so precious that we have to get this back up and running instead of just doing a fresh install?
He's got data too.
The data the data is not concerning to me. The data, you stick the drive in a caddy, you pull the data off. That's it. End of story. What are the programs that are so precious that we can't just reinstall the operating system?
I mean, we can reinstall Office, is what he's saying. Jim.
Pardon me?
I said Jim is saying saying we can reinstall Office if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
You reinstall Office. The only thing that
you can buy them off of Kurt Holtman with advertising. You can buy it off of Optimum Reflex or whatever website he was advertising.
Yeah, but what does he need is what Jim just asked.
My question is what program is irreplaceable on this? I'm not talking about the data. The data is a different thing. What program is so precious on this machine that we have to get it back up and running instead of pull the data off, the user data, reinstall, put the user data back, reinstall whatever programs you need to install?
Okay, let me respond to that. That is not a question at this point to Bob. Between my relationship with Bob, he has this computer that failed to start up after a Windows update was done. So at that point, I'm very reluctant to say, well, wipe and reload. Just wipe and reload anytime that happens. There are ways to fix these things. I'm interested in learning and finding these ways to fix it. To just jump to wipe and reload and reinstall everything is just boring and not something I'm interested in doing. I've not even asked Bob about that, and I don't want to put him on the spot right now to try to answer that question. That's too far. If we get to a point where I'm not willing to spend more time on this, then we'll go down that road. It's not time for that now. Can you accept that, Jim?
Sure.
That I understand it's an intellectual exercise. I understand that. My standpoint is from if I have a customer who has this kind of a problem, the quickest solution for me is that.
Always, yes. If I had a business client that had this, and I wasn't in the mood to throw away my time for free trying to find a way to surgically fix it, I would just wipe and reload, because my business clients, we have backups. We have a standard routine of software. I have a checklist to go to on setting up their computers. It's just a routine, very boring routine to do. As you know, I was considering and still considering wipe and reload on Big Beast build and start my stuff over. I could still wind up doing that, but when I went back and looked through the icons on my screen, I was reminded of a bunch of things I'd totally forgotten about. So to put somebody on the spot during a live stream asking what important programs are so important, I'm not going there. I'm not asking that of Bob. That's too in your face.
I also try to avoid the wipe and reload as much as possible.
Yeah.
It's not a necessary thing to do.
Okay, so still trying to get to the research I'm trying to do.
Like 5 o'clock.
Pardon?
It's almost 5 o'clock.
I'm sorry, I still couldn't understand you.
It's almost 5 o'clock.
It's almost 9 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
All right, yeah, if it's too late for you, then go ahead and say goodbye. I don't have a time limit. All right, I can get this. There, and there, and let's see, F8, hit it, whoops, wrong keyboard. Not there. Oh, I know. I like that so much that I put it into my checklist for setting up a new computer to re-enable the F8 key. New computer before the setup lab work.
Okay, I don't know where my phone went to.
Result, Bcd edit. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. I need to make this big so I can show it to you. Page and zoom in. Oh boy. All right. So here's my note on that. Enable F8 Bcd edit /set default boot menu policy legacy. That's the end of it right there. That's the command. But I've got a note out here. This is what made me chuckle. Is when I tried that on a Spectre laptop, the computer would not boot after putting in that setting. And the way I recovered that computer from it is I restored an image. So I'm not willing to do that without having an image first. Okay, did Zavim Manor come up with a better option for it? All these requests to get into safe mode, but how do you get there on a Windows 10 computer when it doesn't let us do that anymore? This may be worth a try. Driver easy. I'm not very inclined to that. Type CD config and hit enter. Change driver letter.
There was one time Carrie did Carrie was repairing a computer and did a command prompt, and it got into safe mode. It was something along the lines of safe boot, minimal, or something like that.
Yeah, I know. It seems like I've seen it on. Yeah, here's Zavi Manor saying troubleshoot advanced options startup settings. There have been occasions when I've seen safe mode there, but usually not seeing it. So startup options. Well, startup options would be if you have a booted Windows, unless that's one of the choices on that troubleshooting menu. So we'll go back to that and try that. CD reg back, that's for backing up the registry. That's not likely gonna fix this. Let's see. Yeah, because we're getting message about the boot config, not registries entries. MS stopped backing up. Yeah, Microsoft stopped backing up reg files. Yeah, probably around 1809. But you can reactivate that by turning on a things that run in the background. And that's all. Well, that's also on my registry idle backup. That's also on my checklist. Come over here. For setting up a computer, this schedule registry backup. You can reactivate that in Task Scheduler. Nukeway is not always the right answer. Good for you. It's your channel. Amount of time already spent on this. Yes, absolutely. You could have it up and running. That's not the objective I'm going on this that I'm after here. Use Windows Boot Media and go to Repair PC. I'm kind of liking that rather than trying to get into the troubleshooting, but I like doing the Windows Boot Media. Thank you, Catherine.
If you use the Windows Boot Media, it won't give you the option to boot into safe mode. I do know that. I'm pretty sure of that.
Doug, the link I gave you shows several ways to get to safe mode.
Yeah, I was looking through a link on that.
I don't know if any of them are what you need or not.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of these sites, the purpose that they do anything is to get you to go to their site to see a bunch of advertising stuff. And
the other thing is the password to get into the computer. You have the password.
I do have the password.
Okay.
I have seen a couple things, Doug, but the problem is most of them assume you can get to a boot menu anyway, and we can't get that far.
There was a command line option. I don't know if it will work from the command line that you got to or not.
I think it will. That's what Kerry was showing. That's what I said earlier in one of his past videos. He showed a command line way to get into safe mode.
Okay, I didn't understand that's what you're saying. Does somebody have that command?
I don't.
It's one of those in that link I gave you.
Okay.
It's number 8 in that link.
All right.
It's a shutdown command with options.
And that
sounds good.
You should be able to run that command from the same command prompt we was at.
Yeah.
Before.
It was step 8, you said? Method 8?
Yes, method 8 says how to start Windows in safe mode using the shutdown command in CMD.
All right.
From the command line.
All right.
Good.
Method 8. They're not found. Method 1. It's a valid way to search. Am I on the, maybe I'm not on the link that you sent, Jeff.
No, it probably is. It doesn't say method 8. It just says 8. I'm reading it says Windows 10 with UF.
Right.
Safe mode.
It's simply 8.
It just says 8.
8. How to start Windows 10 in safe mode using the shutdown command.
Yeah, the page I was on that had the word method was a different link. All right. And it didn't go up to 8. How to start Windows safe mode using the shutdown command. shutdown/R/0. All right.
Oh. Yeah, O, not 0.
Good point. Thank you. All right, then let's get back to the subject computer. And I need to get into advanced troubleshooting to get to the command prompt. So I'm just going to go ahead and power it off 3 times in a row to get there quicker.
You may have to just pull the power cord 3 times.
Now, power button 10 seconds worked. I'm waiting for the spinning circle of dots before I do the power button. There we go. We got there quickly. F8 for startup settings. This is not troubleshooting, this is recovery. F1 to enter recovery environment. That should be able to get us to a DOS prompt. Startup settings. Startup settings, we should be up. We may be able to select a safe mode. Let's try that. Bingo, bada boom. Alex, I think this is what you're referring to that Carrie demonstrated.
Now, he actually wasn't able to get to that menu that we're looking at now. He had to type command in command prompt to get to the safe mode.
All right.
Doug, if I may.
Yeah.
I've been told behind the scenes to put an interjection in every now and then. So we are now officially at 3-hour cruise as you've passed the 3-hour mark. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. You said thank you for that?
I did.
All right. You're welcome. I'm still okay to keep going. I've often been.
So press 4 or 5, whichever one you want. That should boot into safe mode.
The screen just went away. It powered off.
My actually gave me that same error message. And after a while of it being on that, after about a minute of it being on that screen, it would automatically, that recovery screen, it would automatically turn off.
Oh.
And hers was also an HP.
I wonder if it's because it's doing a countdown like it used to do in the old version of Windows.
I didn't notice a countdown.
Nope.
So I won't wait that long this time.
It's because Windows enables the automatically restart on BSOD. That's the reason why it does. It does that.
All right.
And that's also the reason why I turn it off.
So here we go. F8 for startup settings. Whoops. Okay, no, that's the right one. And then 4 for safe mode. I don't care about networking.
I definitely stay away from 5 and get closer.
Because I remember stuff like Windows XP, Windows 98, Windows 95.
Oh yeah, I love the ability to go to safe mode with just an F8 key.
Yeah, Microsoft thought they was making it easier when they took that away for a lot of users, I suppose, but they was making it harder for us IT technicians.
Device ran into problems, so it did not even get safe mode. 20%, 40%.
I'm wondering if the operating system is corrupted.
Say again, Josh?
I said, I'm wondering if his operating system is corrupted somehow.
No, it definitely is corrupted. Whether we get a workaround is the question.
Yeah.
How I ended up fixing that error code issue on Terry's computer was I made a Mac and Reflect image of the of her original hard drive, and once I restored that, I tried to restore that Mac and Reflect image to the new SSD, and lo and behold, once I restored the old image to the new SSD, the old image did actually boot. And I say that to say this: I think
It's repaired.
it's possible that the hard drive, the actual physical hard drive, may be bad.
Looks like you're gonna restore it.
Yeah, I don't like that option. I got here from by selecting recovery options, I think it was called.
Is there a restore and save the files option?
You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if they put a recovery system on here.
I didn't catch that, Josh.
I said I'm wondering if AP put a recovery system on there.
Yeah, I think there's a recovery partition on it, but that restores it to, I think, manufacturer state.
Yeah.
It'll be Windows 8.1.
Microsoft has a thing built in now on all the versions of Windows 10. It's like reset this PC with an option to clean install or keep all your files.
Alex, that's what's in fourth partition.
Yeah, but I'd want to, before going on to any option like that, I want to have an image backup.
And I think that's what needs to happen before we go any further with this is do an image backup.
Yeah, I'm inclined to go ahead and start that now. This here, selecting the keyboard layout isn't going to start anything. Oh, look at that. After it's not doing a reinstall, it just asks me for keyboard layout and gets me here.
Should be doing a repair.
What you were using, Doug?
There was a couple voices there. I'm not sure what the questions were. So we've already been through everything for troubleshooting, right? Oh, wrong thing. So we're not interested in that. Really what I'm interested in now is doing a backup. So I've got to get my drive for that and the USB. How are we doing on people hanging on through this? I'm wondering if I'd even care to do that during a live stream. I could just end the live stream and.
Well, you've been going for 3 hours, and I've been on here ever since you started. So
yeah,
you got 39 people watching, Doug.
39 people.
Yep.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Why don't you use the maximum refresh what you use for your computer?
Well, yeah, that's what I would be using.
Isn't there an option to repair the?
Yeah, that's fixed boot issues. That is worth trying because that's something we can do.
That's what I mentioned earlier as well.
Yeah, you did. And
is that an option?
Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Darren Gilholm says keep going. Catherine says everyone like the video, please. So that all kind of re-energizes me. So I gotta.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Catherine, you're here. Hi, Catherine.
I'm here. Doc, did you see the link I put in the chat room to see for you how to access the registry via the Windows Media boot?
Is that this one from Pure Infotech?
Yes, it's this one.
All right, so I just clicked it. How you get
in the registry, but you need to find the, because they changed. This is for installing Windows 11 on unsupported hardware. So you cannot take the, you cannot take their commands, if you know what I mean. But you can see how you get to the point, to the registry, where you can then change to go into boot.
Oh, so you're saying just use those instructions to be able to get to a point where I can manipulate the registry. Yeah, they have regedit from the command prompt. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I tried to help because I tried to find a solution that is good, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I don't think we're struggling for ways to get to the command prompt, but I don't actually have anything to do in the registry at this point. I was asking about it because I was interested in setting up so we could get to safe mode with the F8 key, but we got a better way around that because we already got to a method of attempting safe mode and it didn't work. So thank you for that, but I don't think it's applicable right now.
Maybe the end is damaged somehow, you know, in the sectors. Is it a spinning drive or is it an SSD?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
So let me go ahead and boot to Macrium Reflect, and we can probably even find the answer to that.
Well, that's easy to figure out, Doug. Just take the cover off.
Oh, I don't think Doug wants to rip apart a computer today.
Oh, man.
Alex, you're genius.
Alex knows I do not often agree with him, but in this case, I have to agree with him.
Oh, yes. That was just so well timed. How can I not satisfy that by not
I don't even try. It's just what pops in my head.
It's a thumb screw.
Hey, Doug, I like that picture on the wall.
You like what?
I like the picture on the wall.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're waiting with bated breath.
Family and friends gather here. Oh, that's good. So your BCC is your family and your friends because they gather.
Yeah. I'll let you make your own conclusion.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I have them all back in hard drive like mine does.
Oh, look, what do we have here? Look, it's spinny.
Yeah. And there's another drive in here that's not even connected.
It's a backup.
That looks a lot like my mom's old HP she used to have.
It's almost exactly like my computer. It's the same series, but a slightly different model.
Yeah, it's
I have a 327. He's got a 527.
I wonder what's on that other hard drive, if there's a backup on that other hard drive.
Well, no, it hasn't been connected for a long time. There's dust on it, so it's not a valid backup.
Well, it might be that the original drive, and he already replaced the drive once.
Yeah, it's a Seagate hard disk drive. So.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
I went to now we're talking way back in the late 80s, and there was a backup system that I was at one of our vendor sites. And I was just, waiting to talk to somebody and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the backup always completed properly. The procedure that was running the backup itself failed every time.
Oh, yeah. I've got some backup softwares that will tell me the process ran successfully, but doesn't tell me that the actual backup failed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember stuff like Norton Ghost 2003. I used to use that a lot back in the day too.
Yeah, but it was 4 months there. I hadn't backed anything up.
Does Bob know what that other drive is or was?
But
yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it came out of my a previous computer, so I had stuck it in there to copy files back and forth or something. So
makes sense. Okay.
This is curious. There's 3 choices here for booting from USB. I don't think I've ever noticed that.
Is there anything plugged in?
Neither have I.
Yeah, I have my Macrium Reflect USB plugged in right now.
You probably have 2 partitions on it. Possibly.
No, it's a 16 gigabyte thumb drive. So anyway, we'll just go ahead and choose one of them.
So I had a Cronus, and I still do, but I had it for a while. One of their backup, because I created the disk or USB drive. It was only doing it left like a one bit partition, and when you boot it up, it asked which one you wanted to use. And so you usually had to bite it back, boot up twice because the first one you picked was always the wrong one. And just to finish up the humor of the backup that the company was doing, they were sending 8-inch tapes off-site and paying to have them stored in a climate-controlled, storage area.
I know how to fix this part because I had a similar thing happen on mine when I tried to boot from a USB drive to back up stuff. You're going to have to reset information in the BIOS to allow it to boot from the USB drive.
You mean like here?
Yeah.
My aunt has the same type of computer that he has.
Yeah, mine's almost exactly like this. So you have to move the device you want to the top in the boot order.
Yeah, I just did. I moved the Windows Boot Manager down to because I'm not sure which one of these it's more likely going to work from. USB floppy CD or USB hard drive.
Probably hard.
There's no choice there for the thumb drive, and I don't know how it
But when I boot mine from a flash drive, I'd run the backup software like a Cronus or Hard Disk Manager. This is what I have to do.
All right. So down here in the legacy, the hard drive is after the other possible.
Right. Still going to be the UEFI.
Yeah.
Well, depending on how you have your backup stuff set up.
All right. So here F10 to accept and save changes and exit. So that should boot to the thumb drive without having to do anything to make it go there.
Is this where we place our bets again on the over-under?
Yeah, I don't know. How did that betting pool work out? Who won?
I don't know. When I mentioned the 3-hour thing we had going, no one got it. So I'm not running the numbers this time.
You're just trying to be a minnow.
What was that? When you mentioned 3 hours,
whether you go over or under 3 hours, and no one caught that when I mentioned that 23 minutes ago. So I'm not running the numbers on whether this will work.
Oh, was that a pre-event bet that was made as to whether we go over 3 hours or not?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were trying to be the captain.
I had no idea what you were referring to.
Well, since I put the picture of Gilligan in there.
Oh.
The 3-hour tour.
Yeah, all right.
Don't worry, Doug. I got to explain my jokes on my channel too, so it's no big deal.
Oh, people have to explain their jokes to me through their whole life, through my whole life. It's not just here.
Doc?
Yeah.
My sister has that too. She cannot know the jokes.
Yeah, yeah.
Tell them, and she doesn't understand them, so you can always laugh twice with her, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So let me point out here that we're with booted to the Macrium Reflect thumb drive. We can click down here to get a DOS window, command prompt.
Yes.
So that is available. And then also, let's see, I want to
network.
I'm exiting to get out of that to show that we also can go to, let's see, this computer monitor down here in the bottom left, and double click and be able to browse freely through the drives to manipulate things if we so choose. But what we're interested in doing here is going to this, was it on the restore for fix Windows boot problems. This is just a general fix boot problems capability that Macrium Reflect has. And I think maybe this is only the paid version that does this. This is the
free
paid.
one does it too.
Say what? Oh, the free one does it too? All right.
Yeah.
All right. So it is recognizing a Windows operating system there, Windows 10 Professional. So I don't think we'd identified that it was professional yet. We don't need to do anything here. We're just going to do it. It doesn't take very long in my experiences, but it doesn't always fix the problem either. Then click finish.
You have to pay for that, Doug?
I did pay for it, but Tim has just confirmed that the free version does do this as well. So you don't have to pay for Macrium Reflect. They have a free version. They have a free version for personal use and for business use.
Can you email me the link so I can use it too?
Say again?
Can you email me where I can get it? So that
Macrium Reflect 8.
Yeah, Macrium. I believe the website's macrium.com. Macrium.com, and I'm checking on that, and then I'll paste it into the chat. Would that be good enough for you, Josh, if I paste it into chat?
Yeah, I can email it to myself.
All right. Macrium, yeah, that'll do it. Actually, I'm on this screen that I'm at. I can email it to you because I've got you. Yeah,
email would be better.
Yeah, here's coming to you an email. All right, so then I got a prompt for restart your PC, clicking yes.
You may need to reset the boot order again. You'll have to see.
No, I'll just pull the Macrium Reflect thumb drive out because Alex is so good at pointing out easy solutions. PC couldn't start properly, so that didn't solve it after multiple tries. Recovery tools, there's no countdown. I'm going to do enter to try again.
Hey Doug.
Yeah.
I was getting that same error when I repaired somebody's computer before, the same error code, and actually I was able to. I had got a SSD to restore her backup image to an SSD, and actually when I restored the backup image to an SSD, her original install did go ahead and boot up, but it wouldn't boot up off the HDD.
Oh, okay.
Would make me believe that it may be a bad hard drive.
Yeah. And I have experienced that too, where I did a Macrium Reflect backup and then restored it, and it solved the problem.
It was as slow as molasses though. Once I restored it, because it was 500 gigs, 600 gigs worth of stuff once restored.
All right, so I'm going to go grab a backup drive, and I'm going to start a full image backup, and I think we'll end this live stream at that point. rather than waiting through the backup to run.
And then I thought you were gonna get a hard drive, gonna run the backup, and then swap the hard drive out and see if it boots up on your new hard drive.
Well, I'm thinking that I may do that. Come back with another stream, maybe even later today. That didn't boot off of the thumb drive this time.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
You'll probably get a copyright strike for Ann B. Davis in the middle of Alex's background, and from Sherwood Schwartz on the whole Brady Bunch.
I doubt it. I think usually the only way you get a copyright strike is if you're actually playing.
No, actually, if somebody turns you, you get one also, Alex. That is a copyrighted image. And Ann B. Davis is a trademark.
Hey, Doug, if you do, let me know, please. I'd like to know.
Actually, I was checking it while I was watching.
Well, I researched it a while ago, and it's kind of iffy on if you will or if you won't. It just says to make a slight change to said picture or a slight change to said video, and you're all right. But I didn't alter anything, so I would be curious if he gets one, though.
Oh, no,
especially because I'm right in front of it.
I'm joking about getting it, but they are copyrighted and trademarked. That part I checked. I don't know what YouTube does.
I don't think YouTube knows what it does.
Right.
This is not.
I actually checked the copyright itself, and that's what I was saying. I don't care what they do. I'm just saying it is.
Try to get back into startup settings and see if it gives you option to use a device.
Okay.
You did put the flash drive back in, right?
Yeah, I did. But there's no option here to use a device.
Or
check the BIOS settings
again. See if it'll boot up to a Windows flash drive. And then...
Hey, Doug, I got to get going, but I got one for you that I have seen work myself on what the error you're getting.
Yeah.
Update to Windows 11 on top of it.
Yeah.
I have seen it work. Myself doing it. But I got to get going. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
If this doesn't get it, check the boot order again. Maybe it resets somehow.
Yeah. And I'm seeing the comments in chat. Winter Mutant, Zivi, and
disconnect the hard drive to force it to boot into BIOS, and then change the boot order in the actual BIOS.
Well, you can get to the BIOS.
Here I got a prompt for startup menu. There we go.
He got to the BIOS before.
So F9 is boot device options on this computer.
Yeah, that didn't work for mine. But
all right, so F9 now, and here's my thumb drive. Happy birthday, Marty Yoel.
Happy birthday, Marty. Even though you can't hear me.
That BIOS screen looks really familiar. It looks the same as Terry's computer I repaired. That he was helping me. Repair.
Same BIOS screen as my old desktop is.
The Bronc asked, for a group with so much knowledge, why do you buy a pre-built? This computer is not from one of the regular participants here. This is from a friend of my brother's, Bob Carlson, who is in the Zoom session with us. You would perhaps refer to him as a normal person, not afflicted with the tech syndrome that the rest of us are.
Hey, I appreciate the upgrade there, Doug.
Oh, was that Bob?
Yep.
Yeah.
I haven't been called normal in a long time.
You may need to load drivers. No, don't need that. All right, I got to go grab my backup drive. Now, where is it? With all this rearranging I've been doing.
You hang around this group long enough, you won't be normal anymore.
Well, I told Doug when I dropped it off, I was able to get to a DOS prompt, but it's kind of like a command prompt. But it's like, man, I got to learn DOS again. That's been 40 years since I last used it. So
this is why I jokingly say that normal people should not be given Windows computers unless you live with the technical person. Like, it's okay for my mom to have a Windows computer because she lives with me, and I'm the one that fixes it because I'm always around.
In-house tech support, cool idea.
What's your alternative, Alex?
I know who I'm going to when I need computer help.
My alternative for normal people would be just get a Chromebook or use your Android or use your iPhone.
Chromebooks, gag.
I got your backup drive right here, Doug.
Because
better get him a long cable, Tim.
Because 90% of
they'll have to go at least 15 miles to get there.
I'll get on your door in a minute.
90% of what normal people use a computer for these days is just web browser based stuff.
I'm not one amongst those 90% of people then.
I just checked my YouTube Studio. The last copyright anything I got was back on February 11th, and that was because I was doing something intentional, and I knew I'd get a strike, or not a strike, but a claim. It was Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Everything since then, so we're looking at, what, nearly a month already with all the pictures I've been posting. There's not anything mentioned, so I think it's more related to music and video than it is static pictures.
I agree. My last copyright strike that I got was because Sam was on one of my Zooms, and he played one of my streams, and he played a Pokemon theme in the background.
Yeah.
And that got me up.
Oh, I remember that.
There's no doubt in my mind, the Brady Bunch, Alice, and all that, there's no doubt it is copyrighted, but I don't think by showing a picture of it, you're going to violate anything. I mean, yeah, technically you are, but I don't think anyone's going to complain.
He's sitting in front of it, though.
Yes, that's my point. Sitting
That's
in front
true.
of it, and
I've
never seen YouTube complain to me because if I put a copyright picture, it's always just been because of audio.
I think it's mostly music videos they frown on.
Well, good. Now Doug's channel's got awkward silence. I don't feel so bad. So is Josh still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, Josh, I'm going to take this time to put a shameless plug in. You should join us at night if you're awake. I stream every night, and we just get together and talk about whatever comes to our minds, generally tech, but every now and then we go off on a different tangent. I didn't know if you were aware of that or not.
Doug can give you my email.
I'll reach out to him when he gets back. He's on his way over to Tim's house, by the way. He's going to get his backup drive.
That wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly, to keep a backup offsite. Since Tim and Doug are really good friends and have known each other for years and years, that honestly wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, get that Doug for my email. He can give them out.
Oh, Tim, how much you going to charge for offsite storage?
Doug, probably nothing.
I don't think Doug can find what he's looking for.
Better hold that backup drive up again, Tim.
not looking at the camera though, or the screen.
Still looking for it.
That may or may not be intentional though. Now, you know, it'd be ironic if Doug found the exact same model that Tim was holding up. That would be hilarious.
It looks almost the same when he's got there on the desk.
Or you just hold yours and reach out, have him reach out the side of the
We'll,
screen. And
we'll,
grab
we'll,
it.
we'll just plug the wire right into the Zoom.
All right. That was an absolute adventure into insanity. I was looking all over to figure out where could it possibly be.
You looked right at it.
It was attached. It was attached to Big Beast Build to do a backup of another hard drive. I was certain it would be in the place that I have designated for it, and it wasn't there. Where could it be? Well, it's
always been the last place to look.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why would you keep looking after you found it?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't in the last place I looked. It was about the third from the last place I looked. I kept looking after I found it. All right. God,
Doug, is all that stuff on the right side of your screen from the Big Beast? All the core usage?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
That's from the Big Beast Build. And I found that interesting to see how much those numbers jump around and how much any particular core could actually be up at 100%.
How many cores have you got? 20 or 10?
That's 18. Those numbers go from 0 through 17, so that's 18 cores, and each core has
18 cores, not 18 threads.
Each core has 2 threads.
So you got 36 threads altogether.
Right. Right.
Ooh.
And you can see that there's occasionally some of them run all the way up to 100%, meaning that particular whatever program code is running that has to be all in one thread is filling up the capacity of that particular thread. And then at the bottom, total CPU usage should pretty closely match what XSplit is showing at the bottom of my screen in black, where XSplit is showing 8% CPU usage right now, then 9%. That should be pretty much the same thing that total CPU usage is showing from hardware info. That's
where is that frames per second coming from? Your camera?
The frames per second is coming from.
30/30.
Yeah, that's coming from XSplit. That's a status bar that's on the bottom of XSplit, and I just captured that little portion of the screen and I made that a scene, and then applied that scene to this scene that you're looking at right now. Madi UL, $10, thank you. Did I miss others? Oh, Tony Wallow, $1.99 just shortly before that. Scrolling up. I think that's all of the recent ones. Was somebody calling out my name?
Yeah.
What?
You can give out my email. Someone was asking for my email.
Oh, Ken was.
Okay.
Someone was asking for my email, but you can give it out to whoever was asking for it.
Oh, you're saying I can give out your email address?
Yeah, someone was asking for it. I don't know who it was.
Ken, he wanted to send him a link to his Zoom session.
Yeah, I'll just send that to Ken, so he can send you a link. And Ken, I think you probably realize that Josh has a disability and he uses some accessibility features. So being able to send something to him that he can click on would help him.
Sure, no worries whatsoever. I just thought he might want to join us. He fits in well here. He'd probably fit in well with us.
Oh, I think so. And I was kind of figuring he probably would find his way to you. So let's see. Here on another screen, I'm copying his email address and compose. Type Ken. That pulls up your email address, and then paste his email address in the subject line. I'm just typing Josh. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Ken Stout hosts live streams and Zoom sessions pretty much every day towards the later end of the day usually. And
I usually work Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
well, you just go in when you choose to. So let's move along. So I found my backup drive. Turn it on. Bring that computer back up. So I'm thinking once I start the backup running, I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream, but I may start up another live stream a little bit later today. I need to go get some food and take a break and so on, but I think I'll be coming back to this today.
Hey, Doug?
Yeah.
Can we drag it out another 16 minutes so you'll be a little over 4 hours?
Always pushing me.
Thought I'd ask.
Let's see. So here I'm on, wrong mouse. That's why that's not responding. Clicking on the Create Backups tab. By default, it has the partition on that hard drive selected. This one's the SanDisk Cruiser. I don't see my backup drive on here, so I'm going to click refresh. Still don't see my backup drive. Why?
Maybe because it's not connected.
I'll play along. I don't know why. You did ask why.
Turn the power on.
It was on. You trying to give me another simple solution? Let's try refresh again. Still not there. Try another USB port.
Is that a USB 3 drive?
Yes, it is.
There are on that line. There's only certain ports are USB 3. The ones in the front down below are USB 2.
Yeah, I found one on the back that's colored blue.
Yep, that's a 3. Back
The
there.
ones on the front are black.
The ones on the top and the front are USB 3.
Oh, sure enough.
Yeah.
And refresh. Whoops. Gotta get the right mouse.
How are those front USB ports hooked up? How are the front USB ports hooked up? Because there's two computers in one case. If that makes sense, what I'm trying to ask.
This is Bob Carlson's computer, not the Big Beast build. It's only one computer. But if your question is how are the USB ports on the Big Beast build connected, the ports
USB ports, because you got to plug it in. How are the front USB ports on the case connected? Because you got two computers. So my question is, do you leave the front USB connector on the motherboard connected to the Big Beast?
Yes.
Or do you switch it over to the Baby Beast when you want to?
I'm pretty sure you could plug them into whichever motherboard that you want those ports to operate. But I'm pretty sure they're connected to the Big Beast motherboard rather than the Baby Beast motherboard. Does that answer your question?
Yes. I didn't know if that was a special case that had two front panel connectors, so you could have one on each.
I haven't looked, so I don't know. I suppose that's possible that it could do that because there are enough ports on the front panel that there might be two connectors. So yeah, because each USB connector that attaches to a motherboard can handle two USB ports. So I think there's 4 ports on the front panel. So that would indicate there's got to be 2 separate wires. So they could go to separate motherboards, I suppose, if you wanted to. Okay, let me move on. This is the source, and then I'll go click on the folder that I want to store to. I'm going to come down to this Macrium Fabs. It's the H drive in this case. And there's a folder there for Macriums. I'll click OK on that. And then in this field, backup file name will be Bob Carlson before repair. Click next.
Wait, Doug, don't you want to hit advanced options and hit verify image after backup?
Sure. Wait a minute. Is it here? Verify file system. That's verify integrity is already selected.
Auto verify image.
I don't think it's on this screen, is it? Auto verify image?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, it's not on this screen. Agreed? I think it's on the next screen after I click next.
I see it. It's like the third or fourth. It's like the third or fourth one down on that.
Was it? Third or fourth? Oh, there. Auto verify image. Oh, you're right. Verify image or backup directly after creation. All right. There we go. Click next and then finish. Okay.
Off to the races.
Off to the races, and it's time to end the stream. And I don't know what time I'll be coming back to it, probably in the next hour or two. And
hopefully there's not.
Hopefully there's not. And I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, that was 2 or 3 people talking at the same time. Try it again.
I said I look forward to. I thank you for all your help, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Josh.
Bye-bye.
And then who else was talking?
I was just going to say, I hope it's not. Hopefully, it's not 400 or 500 worth of data, because that took me about 4 hours to buy.
Oh, it is 400 gig. It is around high 300s.
It took about compressed. Last time I used Mac and Reflect, compressed all the data was about 575 gigs, and it took about 4 hours to make a backup image.
Yeah, and because of the age of this computer and the drive, it could take a while. So it might be even optimistic to be saying 2 hours. It might be optimistic to say today. The backup.
Doug, this is Bob Carlson. Just want to say thanks to the Brain Trust here and spending the time, and it's been quite enjoyable for me, quite an education. Thanks, guys.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for bringing the computer to me so we can do this. These are surprisingly challenged under this circumstance.
That looks crazy seeing Zoom within Zoom.
Yeah.
And
on
YouTube.
Is there a recursive zoom going? Oh yeah, one of my scenes there, because
it's turtles all the way down.
Yeah, and does it go further down? Oh, there, yeah, in the upper left corner. Oh yeah, that's recursive zoom. All right, go take a look at chat. I'm looking for the oranges. Let's see, there's one from Zvi. Registry that runs on the X is the registry of the Windows that runs on the X. Registry of the Windows.
Yes, if you put in the media creation tool, if you go to repair C.
Oh, the virtual drive.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a RAM disk. Yeah. Wintermute says, thanks for the stream. Trying to catch, let's see, I think I caught those. Greg Guy, I think he's got a backup drive there he's offering. Okay. Close enough. Thank you for everyone who donated money during the live stream or outside of the live stream. Thank you for everybody in Zoom. Thank you for everybody in chat and those that will watch the video after ending the live
Taking
stream.
questions?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to kill 5 minutes for you, that's all.
All right. I'll humor you. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have any questions. I'm just trying to get the 5-minute period so you'll be at 4 hours.
Actually,
I asked the questions too.
You have. I was thinking about this earlier today or yesterday. I don't know. They all mesh into one another, but there was something on Zoom you recently said that you and I need to talk.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get together and experiment with when you're on the stream. If you kick them out, can they still make comments and they see it, but no one else sees them?
Yeah, that is still on my mind. I want to do that, and
I've got a new email issue that cropped up. I keep getting stuff from, of all places, McAfee. I haven't gotten rid of them or done anything with them. I got one on March 2nd. I forget the time, and I got another one on March 2nd, about 20 minutes before that one. So I've got them reserved so we can kind of take a look and figure out what's going on with that. I've never had McAfee, by the way.
Well, you could probably get on their advertising list somehow, but did you look at the domain name that the emails come from to see if it actually looks like they're legit?
Oh, yeah, you know I did, Doug. I'm so technical. Of course I did not look at that and see what it says.
Yeah, and
I have a question. Did you update our Adobe Acrobat reader? Because this likes to install McAfee if you don't untick it. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
will do that.
McAfee didn't actually get installed on your computer, did it, Ken?
No, I do not think that it did.
Yeah.
So there you go, check that.
It sounds like you're just getting emails. And are the emails asking you to do something? Could they be scammers?
Yeah, I'll read it to you real quick. It says, where'd it go, McAfee? They both say basically the same thing. It says your McAfee's cased out 2016. Your McAfee subscription has expired with a link. So I know better than to click the link. And then the other one says, oh, wow, it really went away. The other one says the same thing. They both say the same thing. When I click on the little down arrow, it says McAfee info_150 CCQ01AD at .io.io. I just keep deleting them, but I thought I would save them so you could take a look at them, but now everything's gone. I'll just delete them.
Well, if that .io.io instead of McAfee.com, that does sound like a scammer.
Yep, they're gone. All right, 2.5 minutes to go. Anyone else with any questions?
I do have one, Doug.
Yeah.
Have you ever known of AT&T specifically? Anybody with AT&T that has like a AT&T blocking or blacklisting like your personal website? Because like if I tried on my mom's phone because she pays for AT&T directly, and you cannot get to our website on her phone if I turn off Wi-Fi. It's some AT&T is blocking it or something. Have you experienced that with people?
Does your website have a security certificate so that's HTTPS?
Yes, I got it set correctly with all the SSL security certificate, everything. It works fine on home internet connections like on Wi-Fi or anything. Right. It just doesn't. It appears that some of the mobile carriers like AT&T or T-Mobile don't like it.
Okay,
So
is it a domain name that is safe for you to tell me what it is?
Yes.
So I've got a page displayed right now for MX lookup, and we can see if that website is blacklisted. That sounds like what you're asking for.
I can tell you right now, I don't have. I thought MX was for email stuff.
Oh no.
I don't have any email stuff set up on there. I mean, I do, but I'm not
No.
actually.
No, it's not. It's not just for email. See, this is asking for a domain name. An entire domain name can be blacklisted.
Oh yeah.
So, are you already familiar with MX Toolbox, Alex?
No.
All right. Do you want me to type in that domain name, or do you just want to go to that yourself? Because it's free. You don't have to have an account.
I can just tell you what it is.
Go ahead.
JEBSautoinc.com.
Do you see it on screen?
I can't tell. It's
not yet. You have the little delay. Yeah, you're just not typing it in.
All right.
On the stream, it is. Okay, it's there. Oh, darn, ladies and gentlemen, we've hit the 4-hour mark. He's got to go. Thanks for being here.
Yay!
Alex?
Did you hit my lookup yet, Doug?
Your lookup? No, I haven't hit it yet. I'm waiting for Alex to confirm that I spelled it right.
Well, I can't read it. It's a little blurry.
Okay, let me repeat it to you. JEBSAUTOINC.com.
That's correct.
The first 3 letters, Juliet Echo Bravo.
Correct.
All right. So then clicking MX lookup, and let's see, there's this drop down list here. Here's a blacklist check. So click on blacklist check and then click the button for blacklist check. And here it is listed as on blacklist for 2 items, UCE Protect L2 and L3. All these others have green check marks. The last 2 are timeouts.
But I wasn't able to pull it up. I wasn't able to pull it up on my phone, and then I went on my phone on my data settings because I have an unlocked phone, and was able to change my data settings, and was able to access it.
All right, so I'm trying to access it now, and I'm able to access it.
It works fine if anybody tries to access it on Wi-Fi or on Ethernet. It just appears not to work sometime if you're on mobile data, depending on what your carrier is or what tower you're connected to.
Oh, but sometimes it does work on mobile?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it don't. It just depends on, I guess it just depends on what tower you're connected to, what location you're in, if they got it blacklisted or not. And I don't guess there's anything, as long as it works for people trying to access it over Wi-Fi and Ethernet, like normal connections, I don't guess there's anything I can do on my end to try to fix that.
Well, the other thing that comes to my mind, and it's not an area that I have a lot of expertise or knowledge in, is whether that website is mobile friendly, whether it has design elements that are designed to be used on mobile.
Oh yeah, the website is mobile friendly because it reorients itself if I go to try to go to the website on a cell phone or on a tablet.
All right. I don't think I have anything else for you on it.
I think it's nothing that I can control. I just think it depends on what your carrier is, and what particular tower you're connected to. Because
that could be.
I discovered this when we was driving on the road. When we was driving on the road last Monday, and I would try to refresh it. If we was in one area, it wouldn't work, and when I try to go back to it, when we move to another area, it did work.
All right.
So it's all.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's something about particular cell connections. So I want to move this along here, and I'll just make comment on William Dawson's comment. You could try reinstalling Windows and let it repair itself and still keep its files and data when you ask to repair it. This is something that I like doing, the 800-pound gorilla type solutions when I have an image backup, meaning you can go in and just pound the heck out of a computer by trying things that are way outside of what you're prepared to accept for, meaning just reinstalling Windows, keeping files. If that doesn't work, then that's going to take you a whole different troubleshooting direction than if it does. So that kind of massive, heavy-fisted type troubleshooting option is something that I like when you've got a good backup image. I like it even better when you have a small C drive and solid state drives that you're working with rather than spinning hard drives and large drives. But
my website is automatically backed up every night at 1 o'clock. Our website is automatically backed up every night at 1 o'clock in the morning. So if I make a change and something goes wrong, I can always revert back to that morning's image, and it will be back the same way it was.
Big Beast build and my computer prior to that does a full image backup every night that I keep multiple generations of. Okay, time to say goodbye.
And a shameless plug.
Go ahead.
Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye, everybody.
No, I just put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Yeah? That works.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Might be seeing you again today.
Look at this.
Competition, I like it. What time are you going to go live again?
I don't know. I don't know if I will. I'm not promising you any particular time.
No worries.
All right. Yeah,
I'm going to go get some popcorn.
All right.
That's what I'm shooting for my time. Thanks again. Second shameless plug.
I got to get to the right keyboard here, and I'm going to go in the Zoom session before Ken does that again. Boom. All right. That was quick and out of here. All right. Thank you, everybody, again. There's my email address. Now, I don't do emails back and forth on answering questions. The purpose of the email address is if you want to arrange a session with me for a particular issue that you're having, or it works great to do it on Saturdays, but I will be doing more videos and probably more frequent live streams as I get this equipment all settled in and easy to use. Today was far too much last minute hassles. I got to get all those kinks ironed out. All right, so have a great day. I hope that was useful. Catch you later. Goodbye.